Okay, so that should hopefully be live. Have to wait for the see. Yep, okay, popped up. It says it's live. Okay, so today we are going to be porting the Minecraft clone over to 0.15 because apparently I've decided to get ahead of things and start like actually migrating as if 0.15 was out instead of waiting for it to come out and then having everything, which does lead to some broken stuff, like for example the fact that the editor and stuff are not updated. We may update them in this stream just to like add to the amount of stuff that we're porting across. I'm just sorting stuff out on my stream side of things, like the dashboard. There we go. Okay. I like the idea of putting it on Kickstarter being like, this one won't be a scam, we swear. Yeah. So the first thing we're going to do to put this thing over, double check, make sure, yep, the microphone is playing, is just update to 0.15. So apparently we're not using the Bevy editor, please. We would have to use a different version of Rapier. Question is Rapier updated to the newer version? I would think they'd be on top of it enough to have a GitHub be up to date. Is there like a 0.15 branch? Version 24. What were we on? I'm trying to just see if they've got like an updated version. Maybe it'll look on crates. Bevy Rapier 3D versions. So the last version was for 5 months ago, which means it is almost certainly not updated. So that seems like it'd be a real pain because I'd have to port that and then port all the subsequent things. Anyway. We should probably put on Discord that I'm live now. Yeah. Good. And I'll jump in the channel so people can join. All right. So that's gonna be a real pain because Bevy Rapier is not up to date, which means we won't have physics. Which will be fine because I was gonna add mobs and pathfinding, which can't be done without physics. The rest of the stuff should be fine. Apparently I had a Rapier clone anyway. That doesn't make sense. I'm curious if anything's broken. Where was that D drive? I want to go digging through all my files on stream, but okay. Oh, it's D drive Bevy Rapier 3D. So if I open that in GitHub, we want to add existing repository. It might already be here. No. Bevy Rapier. Pull that down. Then we're going to go to code. I'm going to open that up and just see what it's going to take to try and port that. So D drive, yep, Bevy Rapier. Like this folder. If I came in here and went Bevy, there it is. We went 0.15. This is like pre-release 15 or something. Just gotta find out what you put in your crates to get to the Bevy 15 version. Versions. There it is. So it's 0.15 .0 dash rc.3. Right. So we're gonna copy that over to our main code as well. So Bevy Rapier. I guess I'll just undo this until I get back there. So apparently it's .20. Might be a different version. It's not 15. Oh, up there. There. Alright, so that's ported that. Okay. We're gonna go here. Yeah, so we've updated our Bevy version here. What version are you currently? Yeah, 0.27. So there was a 28 on their GitHub. I'm just going to go quickly check that. Because it could be that version 28 is the updated version. And that, like, that's why it's its own branch. Is to, no, it's 24. Okay, never mind. 24 is on their GitHub as its own branch for some reason. Rapier Master. These are all like many kits behind. Commits behind. Yep. Okay. So what we will then do is go to our terminal and then cargo check and just see where all the crashes are. Full Minecraft duplicate? No, not so much. If I go back to the here and stuck it on, comment out the patch, and I'll compile it for 0.14, because then it'll actually work. I don't think I need the feature trace enabled. I don't know why I had that enabled. I was probably trying to find something on like ages ago and just never turned it back off. We don't need a pre-release version. Okay, so if I just do that and then run it, I'll show you what it's at the moment. It's just sort of like me messing around trying to implement like voxel generation and stuff like that, rather than like a one-to-one creation of Minecraft cloned across. It's just sort of a Minecraft gets the views on YouTube and also is like a good inspiration for like what I should add, like train generation, that kind of thing. It's been a while to compile, which is weird because I compiled it literally just before. All right, so what are you complaining about? Two tabs come from two different versions, same crate with different. They look the same. You can use just okay. So multiple different versions of crate Windows core. Okay, do I have to go like cargo update and see if it actually updates anything? I'm assuming that some of these are using older versions. Well, it removed a bunch of them, so check again. Recompile a bunch of shit. I suspect this may take a while. The issue is that like none of the crates are going to be updated. Like I was thinking maybe we can use a different physics engine to implement it, but the issue with that is like none of the other Bevy physics. I don't think any of the other like Avon isn't going to be updated to 0.15. The last updated 3 weeks ago. They're picking. Go to your TOML and go Okay, not that TOML. Examples in 3D TOML. Oh, so this is what the game's at the moment, just for reference while I do stuff on my other monitor. Bevy game, Bevy dependencies, Bevy math, Bevy scene, Bevy rapier. Oh, huh. Okay, well maybe we'll just port our whole thing over to Avon then, because apparently they're up to date. So that was unexpected. They're on, I don't know what pre-release version, but they've just got RC rather than RC3. But that, in my guess, is that that means it'll work in either version. Anyway, Okay. So apparently we'll have to grab it off the Git, I guess. So maybe we'll just port it over to that then, and not use Rapier at all. Mostly because Rapier doesn't seem to want to be playing nice. So we'll just get rid of Rapier. And we're going to go back to this version of Bevy. And we're just going to say, and this should all be like Git compatible in terms of, like, let's go. Somewhere here is Minecraft clone. Nope. Add existing repository. Here. Somewhere with M Minecraft clone. Add repository. Okay, so yeah, the only changes are the TOML and the lock, which means that that should. So we need to use Avion. So Avion equals git equals, and then this. Okay. Well, the question is it's probably Avian 3D would be my guess, is what I want to use. 3D. 3D. Is that going to work? Who knows? We have to wait for our thing to work. So gen chunk test. Is the editor updated yet? It's fun. Bevy edit. Let's just have a look. No, it's still using Bevy 14. So we could try and port the editor, but I feel like that's too much effort. Alright. So if I cargo check. Where are you going to complain? First off, you're complaining about what the fuck? What crate is doing this? Get random. What's even relying on get random? Okay, let's try cargo update. Make sure everything's in the correct versions. Okay, we added some Windows stuff, apparently. That's interesting. Well, running it's not going to work. Running is just going to spend ages compiling everything. Okay, whatever. I don't know what crates rely on that. That's what I get for not using a code base for ages, is I have no idea how anything's like laid out in here. Okay. Uh-huh. Surely at some point it's going to crash because I'm using rapier stuff. Player controller, prelude. Bevy rapier, prelude. Yep. So we had the rapier physics plugin here. So we want to use not the rapier physics plugin. We want to replace this with Avian 3D. I'm assuming you have a prelude. Physics plugins. A plugin group containing all the AVM plugins. By default, the following plugins will be added. That's what we want. I think we'll just call default on you. There we go. It's going to have to crash at some point because the code is definitely not implemented properly. We want debug. Physics debug plugin. Default. Okay. Plugin that renders physics objects and for debugging purposes it is not enabled. Is not enabled by my certain value manually. Currently the followings. Okay. So yep, a lot of complaints. Lots and lots of complaints. So get Atlas returns a standard material, but you don't want a standard material. Well, first off, PBR bundles don't work like this anymore. So this is a mesh. It's a mesh add. So this would be a mesh 3D. Right, that should work like that, and then the material would be a material mesh 3D material like this, and then the dot default just doesn't exist anymore. We don't have a PBR bundle. In theory, that's not really an issue. Right, you still need to be a tuple though. Like that. Okay. Make texture atlas mesh. Make test block mesh? The fuck? Okay. I haven't touched this code in so long. Fuck knows what's gonna happen. So we need this. So from... Okay, so... Well, you're a mesh 3D. Like that. We might want to just leave the materials as they are. So we would want a mesh 3D material. Like, I'm going to leave the bundles because it seems like a lot of work to remove the bundles at the moment. Get water texture? Where the fuck did you take me? Yeah. Okay, so you'd be a mesh 3D. From what I understand, C++ doesn't have really long compile times because it doesn't do all the borrow checking that Rust does, which means that it can like run like just the compiler runs a lot faster. And the other thing is Rust compiles everything from source, from what I remember. Like it doesn't dynamically link binaries like C can. So you can't like pre-compile a big chunk of your code and then link to it. It'll Rust, because of its borrow checking and a lot of its soundness that it guarantees can't just link to a binary that it doesn't know how it works. You can obviously do that manually, but the default behavior is download the source code, compile the source code, so everything is compiled, which results in really long first-time compiles and then still kind of slow iterative compiles because it's doing a lot of checks that C just doesn't. C just links to where it went. Last time I made this, I put it here, and then it just links to it and assumes everything's the same. Rust doesn't do that. It means that theoretically, Rust could get better performance from a direct compile because it can also do like inlining and stuff that C couldn't because C doesn't know it exists. So the idea being that like C is really fast if you write good C code, but Rust should be faster without necessarily writing perfect code the first time because the compiler knows the source code, not just a blob binary that, yeah, so C++ and C compile way faster. Like if you watch people do like this kind of game, they'll like refresh the page and like by the time the file's finished saving, it's launched the game, whereas Rust, it's like it'll take 30 seconds even if I change like one line of code. I mean, it's not a good example because at the moment I'm not getting compiled code, so it's erroring out really quickly. But like Rust, no matter what, will take like 30 seconds to make the final binary, whereas C, like it can be instantaneous if everything else is already compiled. Or I think I accidentally erased a letter. There we go. Yep. Material. Commands.add. What the fuck? Commands is obviously commands texture. Yeah. Texture. Make texture atlas new. Well, apparently this has a command. That's really bizarre. I probably haven't. I'm also relying far too heavily on the compiler for this. I don't know why the Rust analyzer is not showing me where this stuff is. So the first error is there. It's because you don't implement command. Where are you? You implement command. Apparently. Which means it must be a compiler error somewhere else. No method delta seconds. Delta sec. Another one of those weird things. So like for some reason they decided to change the name of something ever so slightly. Cursor options.crab mode. Here's another one. Cursor options. Okay. Yep, lots of them. Thank you. A lot of this stuff is spitting out code that I can't be bothered fixing right now. Who is this? This is Bevy. Okay, so this is returning something. What are you returning? You return an options mesh. Okay. It's a gen water mesh. I don't think you're the problem. Gen collider. You're returning a avion 3D prelude collider. Is that going to work? Who knows? Somewhere down here. A 3D question. I don't know if that's going to work. Let's try and track down more errors first. Okay, so to make texture atlas, apparently it's not a command, which is weird. What do you mean? No method named add. They renamed the fucking, didn't they? Okay. What? Okay, your complaint is with commands. Append. No. Q. Push a generic command to the commands queue. Commands building. Okay. Guess Q maybe? Like, why did they have to go rename it for no real reason? Run system. Hey, wait, commands can run. Okay, I didn't know that. Anyway, I guess it's just Q. Okay. Next is this, which is cursor options. Apparently. Okay, no, it's cursor options. I must have double clicked the wrong thing when I was doing that. Lots of errors. Okay, so you're saying that this doesn't exist. Query filter only fixed. Player laser. Okay. I might just go we're gonna go like a local boolean here. And then we're gonna say if error if not error add back raycast and then return else we need to set error as well. Error player camera global transfer rapier context can go away because we can't get to that. Yeah, so we're gonna say dereference error equals true. Okay, then we just make the middle and then we just return, and then all of this code does nothing. All this code does nothing. I guess we don't need to return, do we? We can literally just print the error once because I don't want it printing the error like dozens of times a frame. Yeah, so somewhere in the no clip for some reason we have installed the sex now. Okay, cursor grab somewhere there, cursor options. Again, for some reason they renamed it. Okay, I think I've done you. Yeah, for some, I've changed it. Run it again. Because I've edited the text file, they're no longer in the same location. 31 errors apparently to go. Okay. Chunk. Okay, so this try mesh, I'm assuming exists qualified like this. Because I'm assuming it's... I don't actually know if the other bit's working, but the guess would be it is custom options. Delta sec. Okay. Guess options. Okay. These are all complaining about use of deprecated structs, because again, I'm not fixing those right now because it not compiling is being a pain in the ass. What the fuck? Okay. If collider.raw is cuboid. Huh. Okay. So it doesn't know what collider is. First off, we're gonna change this to everyone rapier. I also don't know if that works. Harry. Do you have a prelude? No. Something collider? Where's collider coming from? Here, data.collider. Okay, data.collider. Where's data coming from? Data equals future let block on task.collider. Okay. Right, so get I don't really know what this is. This is like, I know what it's supposed to be doing. It's waiting for generating tasks to finish. And then it's taking the mesh And if the mesh is a square, it's adding just a square collider, otherwise it adds the mesh itself, which is what this is doing. The idea being that I think it gives it collider and then waits for it to load and then deletes the collider. I'm not really sure. Again, it's been ages since I wrote this code. So I don't know how to. So add chunk mesh, assets mesh, chunk mesh tasks, which is the chunk ID and the task, and then we have our map, which apparently holds a whole bunch of internal stuff. Now texture handles. So if the task is finished, push it to done. Let task 0 remove. Expect. I know it's there. Okay. So then we block on the task because we expect it to be finished. We're checking here if it's finished first. Then we get the map, and we get the entity, and then chunk is in the world. Lots of expects here, which is terrible form. But anyway, commands get entity. E. Okay, entity commands chunk entity not in world. Okay, so entity.despawn descendants. Okay, and then if let sum collider data.collider. So where do we get data from? Data was the task returned, and then that was coming from tasks, chunk task. All right, chunk data here. You returning an unknown collider, which is an avion prelude collider, like that. Okay. Right. So we can probably do this and say yeah. Okay. So that should then fix this, except collider. Okay, which you are now collider. Dot cast ray. No, okay. So I don't. Okay, no, collider. Shared shape. So it must be shape. No. Okay, so I can just call dot shape. Now I gotta go back to where it's actually crashing here. So dot shape dot is shape dot is cuboid. I think that's how that works because we have shape and then shared shape, and then shared shape is an arc dynamic shape. Okay. That should maybe possibly work. Who knows? Well, we're down to 26 errors, so we're making progress. Kind of wish I could make this not spew out this all the time. There's definitely a way to make it not verbose. So it's saying avian pericuboid. Is it prelude? Collider. Nope. Okay. Okay, so cuboid is somewhere. Not found. Yeah. So, avian 3D. Collision. Cuboid. Okay, so it's not called cuboid. Box. No. Cube. Collider. Well, it's called cuboid here. You return something. Shared shape cuboid. Called cuboid. It's parry 3D. Okay, so it's... Wait, where'd you say you came from? Parry 3D... Oh, cuboid. Parry 3D shape. Okay, so we want to go Averon, parry, shape, cuboid. Okay. And then we can get you to go away. Collider capsule. Alright, so we just need to import that. Okay, so apparently your capsule works differently. For some reason. Radius, okay. Your radius is 0.5, your length is y. Okay, length of 1, please. So these are different style, I think. Import rotation log. We need to find the Bevy Rapier prelude and say that doesn't exist anymore. Yep, fix that one. Rigid body, that's also... Okay. I think we can probably just go and say this is all prelude. Bring in the whole prelude, so you can fix a lot of issues in one go. Okay, 23 errors. Okay, same... Oh, is it not called fixed? Rigid body, static. And then find all instances of rigid body. That's apparently the only one. Static, kinematic. We need to go up here and say, ready? Okay. So rigid body. So you're kinematic. You're dynamic. Okay. You're dynamic as well. Okay, cool. So that's fixed that. These are all other files. Fixed. The fixed is actually static. Static. Okay, and the final one is also static. Alright, but we need to go to the top here and say very deep. Okay. So apparently there's at least 2 errors left, which is that your capsule. Okay. I'm going to say 0.4 is your radius and 1 is your length. Right, I think that other thing's going to have an issue because I think I said 0. External impulse. Okay. Okay. Velocity. Okay. So let impulse. Impulse is going to equal this. And then dot x equals impulse. Right, not you. New impulse? I don't know what this is even doing. I think this is moving the player. Dot x. And then this will be new. Okay. Right, other way around. Impulse dot x equals new impulse dot x. Is that how that works? I don't know. We should probably go to impulse here and go external impulse. You take in a impulse. Okay, so it's impulse dot impulse. Okay, like so. Yep, like that. Okay, so that should be another couple of issues fixed. Let's see, 10 errors to go. Okay. Be nice if this just compiles after this, and then we can chase down the rest of those. Capsule radius and length is just 1, not a y vector. Okay. Right. So chunk here uses Bevy Rapier, which is incorrect. It's Avion. I don't know what this is. Alright, so Gen Collider is not working because vertexes are stored in a fucking weird ass format. Somewhere we use vertexes. Shared shape. Okay. Parity. Shape. Shared shape. Okay. So you have an arc to a shape. And you have this, which takes in vertices in point real. So point has to come from somewhere. Right. Vertexes. For some reason you were an O point, but you were just a point. Okay. You want to go here and go, okay, point. Point is 0.3. And 0.3 is... Okay. Very confusingly structured. What point is. Okay. So... you are supposed to be point... Can I just say underscore? I need to give you a type because I'm assigning you a type here. Indices is apparently correct. Okay, so collider, okay, cuboid. So where do we add these? Here? At some point we need to be adding them to the fucking list, otherwise it makes no sense. At some point we have to be adding them to the list. Okay, like this and go, where the hell do you get used? Okay, but here, vertices got push and V. And V is just a vec3, and hopefully .into implements correctly. That actually might just work. 5 errors to go. Now, I suspect that the error may still be in this particular piece of code, simply because we didn't actually change anything except let Rust infer the type. CCD, I don't know what CCD was. Continuous collision detection, that's what CCD was. Continuous collision. Don't care. Damping. Is damping not? Okay. Damping, there we go. Okay. So linear damping? Is that what it's called? Okay, wait. So you probably have linear damping and angular damping. Angular damping as two separate things. So you have an angular damping of 1 and a linear damping of half. Linear damping. Linear damping of 0.5. Okay, there are two separate components on you, which is, oh, good with me. What's next? Manual event reader. Mouse motion. The fuck? Go to where we use the input state. You just event reader mouse motion. I don't know why it's its own thing in this particular iteration of the fly camera. It's just we don't need to initialize it. It's weird. Again, we're using Bevy Rapier, which is incorrect because it is Avion now. Okay. Manual event reader is not used anymore. How's that going? 3 errors. 3 errors to go. Okay. Read motion. Just read and mode. The fuck? I don't know why it was going to extra steps there. That was weird. I guess it's from like old code that I copied from somewhere that's then continued to persist. Input state doesn't exist anymore. Wait, what? Is this a second copy of player look? Okay. Event reader mouse motion. Okay, and then down here somewhere we call dot read, and then we don't need to paste in motion. Oh, fucking weird ass conglomerate events. 2 errors to go. We did all that and we got 1 error gone. I think it's because we were just fucking causing more errors than we were fixing with that one. Right, input state. We were doing that twice. That's so weird. And we're using a type that doesn't exist anymore. Okay. We get both the player and the camera the same thing. Well, I guess we get to find out if it works, because it seems to be stuck on that final section, which, well, it crashed immediately. So you printed out error laser. Add back laser. Okay, yep, but alloc free mesh. Maybe render a mesh alloc and free mesh. Panic at what? Attempt to divide by 0. So something's very wrong there, but I don't have any idea what. Can you just return? That should mean that no chunks are ever generated. And that'll tell me if it's my chunk generation code. Hey, okay. I don't know why you're so slow. Anyway, we're not falling for some reason, which is interesting, but that's fine. All right, so none of the chunks are ever getting generated, which is fine. So then we just need to track down what's happening. So I'm assuming the tasks are all fine. I'm assuming I'm just generating empty chunks. So first thing to do is go, is there anything going wrong with just checking to see if tasks are finished? It's going to keep moving the return further and further down until it stops, until it crashes, and then we'll work from there. My suspicion is that when we add a chunk that's got like 0 size. Okay. Return here. Again, we're not adding a chunk, so in theory, nothing should get done. Okay. Yep, again, nothing's happening. Good. So I should move the return to like a point where we do something. So like this. So we despawn recursively. So we assets into something's happening there. If collider shape, okay. If collider shape is cuboid. So this is the collision. We should really replace collider with something else. Spatial bundle. So the spatial bundle is deprecated, so we should probably replace that just with transform. Like so. Right, so this is calculating the transform. So we offset the transform by chunk size divided by 2 minus a half to put the collider in the right spot. And then we put the collider on there, and then we give it the name collider. So you would just be, I think it's transform and visibility, I guess is what we need. Visible. Right. Again, we're going to try and reduce the amount of garbage that it sprays at us when we don't. So we're going to do this here, but instead we're going to do that. Identity. Okay. Again, we need to wrap you like so. Okay. Add the collider, give the name collider. So giving them colliders should not cause it to crash. And we will see. Because I suspect the crashing is coming from when we try to render a mesh that has 0 vertices, and so it's dividing by 0. So, interestingly, this should mean that we are actually generating the meshes. But we're just not generating... no, we're generating the collider, but we're not generating the mesh. They're also the wrong size when they're completely full, but that's probably because we've converted from like half size to full size when we've gone from rapier to avian. But anyway, we'll fix that later. That should be the right spot, so let's not... Okay. So next is to insert the mesh. I suspect it's main mesh is the one that's broken. Assets to insert. And it's crashing immediately there. So something's dividing by 0. Oh, because we add them. Okay, so first off, I don't think you're a strong handle. So first we want to go something like print line, and then go like data dot main mesh dot count vertices. So if one of these prints out 0, then we know that we've got an issue. Did it spit out a 0? It did. So it said one's 1024, and then it said this one is 0. So what we can do is say if data.mainMesh.count vertices equals 0. Well, I guess it's not equal. It does not equal 0. Now, admittedly, we have to do that again for water meshes as well. Because they will probably also... no, apparently not. Apparently water meshes won't crash. Which is hilarious, because it's still printing out the fucking error. So, it's literally that it can't access the data because it doesn't exist. That's kind of hilarious. Now, why can't I move? It's the next question. So, camera motion, definitely working. So, why is player move not working? So, this is our camera. Is this the camera we're actually using? I don't know. Got a main player controller. So, we spawn the player, and spawning the player does all the player spawning shit. Okay. So, player look. If I return, is this actually the player look we're using? Because I have a feeling that for some reason we have 2 cameras running, or like two sets of the same code. Because there's one here called cam, and I suspect you also... Okay. I can't look around, which means it's not this one. Okay, cool. So it's definitely this one, which means that it's probably all this code. Because this uses somehow to work out this player. Right. So looking's fine. Is player move? Can I print line? I guess it's you. Yeah. Now apparently I move entirely by impulse, which could be that the player when we spawn player. Can we make you dynamic? So I don't even know why you're not falling. Interesting. You should be at ground height, which again also means that the player shouldn't be flying in the air like this. Which annoyingly... So we found the player. Why is the player not able to move? So we spawn the player at ground height. If I say ground height divided by 2, is this going to make us lower down? Because if it doesn't, that implies that the camera we are controlling is not the player camera, which makes even less sense considering it's the camera that I can move around. Did that make us closer to the ground? I cannot tell. By 4? Are we going to be closer to the ground again? Yes, but something set us up here. Something changed our height. Like, I saw us under the ground. See? For a split second, we're underground. So something is fucking moving us. Alright. You. Okay. I think all of this code needs to fuck off and die. If I do that, is it all still going to work? Because if this code isn't doing anything, I'm deleting it. Okay. It's doing something. Probably grabbing the cursor, if I was to guess. Movement settings. Where is... They're coming from the camera. Okay, so we need to go to camera. We need to, like, get rid of player look and get rid of player move because they shouldn't be existing. Get rid of spawning a player because, again, it shouldn't exist. Toggle grabbing, initial grab, cursor grab. Ooh, it's a terrible code. Okay. Player plugin. Okay, I'm assuming fly camera is never used. Okay. Initial player grab is on entering. Okay, so key bindings. Alright. Something's moving the camera after the fact, which is shouldn't be. Which is just so obnoxious. Oh, I didn't re-enable the fucking... Okay. You do something but very minimal, and it's really annoying that you do anyway. What the hell is moving the player up here? So I definitely spawn underground, which means it... I think something's setting my rigid body dynamic static. Something sets me static. This is gen starting chunk, so it's definitely not doing. It's not just... What is this? Gen visible chunks. Again, not going to be that one. Kinematic. Okay, just pressed F12, so maybe if I press F12, it'll make me fall. Hey, suddenly I can move. I don't know if that's correct. Again, because we're steering with impulse, we shouldn't be able to fly under the ground, right? Nope, we can. So I'm definitely enabling no clip here, and this would be disabling no clip. Right. So when I hit F12, it disables the fucking player controller. We're no longer spitting out found player. Those cubes need to be bigger, but we'll fix that later. Okay. That's spawn play. Play move. Okay. So we found player. Print farm. Am I returning early somehow? I have no idea why gravity is not working. New impulse. So I'm guessing is move player not running when we're in no clip? Yeah, see, here's no clip move. No clip move doesn't give a shit. So I'm wondering if the impulse is just going to be equal to 0. Could also be that our impulse is so small. It's not doing anything. So can we times it by like 100? Just make it bigger? Is it that our impulse is too small to do anything? Why is it not working? It's probably not that. Because okay, we can give it really big impulses. Still does not do shit. I also like how any key press does it. Okay. The issue is I don't know how to make fucking gravity apply to my player in the first place. Gravity? A resource for global gravity acceleration? No. Develop is next. Do we just not have gravity on by default? I can't imagine we don't. I mean. Gravity. Res. Gravity. Print line. Gravity dot 0. Right. What the fuck is going on? So gravity's definitely fucking there. So what the fuck is our player missing? They've got a rigid body, right? When we add a rigid body, what do you let me see, require linear, angular, external force, torque, impulse, angular inertia, mass, center of mass, pre-solved, global angular inertia. Why are you not being affected by gravity? And is something resetting you constantly? Transform. Spawn cubes. Probably not you. Probably not you. Probably not you. Spawn player. What the fuck? This is the collider. It should be fine. What the hell uses player camera? Okay, anyway, spatial bundle, what is this? Spawn player. So yeah, your spatial bundle, and we set you there, and then we set you 0, 0. Okay. Player look. Something's like immediately setting your position off, which is weird. It could also possibly be this player camera. No, because... Why am I just not setting you as a child? Why am I doing that? It is such a fucking bizarre. So let's move, no clip move, and player laser, which we don't do anything with. This is spawning chunks, gen chunks. Wait. Oh, this is calculating something relative to the player's position. Gen starting chunks, yeah. Okay, something is fucking moving the camera, and I don't know what. And it's probably just holding it in place because it's constantly resetting the camera's position. So we need to go, what the fuck is using player flycam? So we have the struct, we attach it there. Here, okay. In player look, we get the transform of the player's fly camera. We really don't need to filter for with player, but it's probably so that this transform can work. Cams. Okay, cams here. You. Why the hell do we move cams? Get mute camera transform. Pitch. From EV read. What the fuck? Let pitch. That's okay. Read dot map v dot v d dot delta dot sum. Okay. Delta is a vec2. Okay, same. 0 vec2. Okay, and then instead of fucking every single frame doing that, can you just use delta? Okay, that should make that more efficient. Because now, instead of every single tiny piece the mouse moves, is that actually positive and negative half pi? I don't know. 3.14159 divided by 2. Okay. Close enough, but I'll just correct it to it being like orders of magnitude closer, and then we say order is important to prevent roll. We say translation. So we rotate the camera. Okay. We never rotate the player, so but this means that the camera can't move, can it? Like, here's the camera transform. And we only set its rotation. Doesn't this mean that the player can move away from the fucking camera? Well, if it was being affected by gravity. I don't know how the camera's following the player. Because I don't think I ever set it as a child. Possibly I do. Yeah, player move. The big issue is something's causing the camera not to fall. And I suspect whatever's causing the camera not to fall is also what is breaking the movement. It's something is moving the camera. Query changed. Transform. Whoop. And then this print line for we also probably want with player. For in moved print line this should run like every single frame. Dot add system update detect move. So basically I'm just checking to see if the player's fucking position has changed. It shouldn't move if I'm not moving the camera around. It's really what it boils down to. See, player is moving every single frame. Okay, but that shouldn't be the case, because if the mouse isn't moving, let's transform. Okay, so we want something I would put like reference. Wait, the only place it can be is mute transform. Set player ground. When the hell is this called? On exit. Gen world. Okay. So this is probably what's setting us above the ground. Player look and play and no clip move. No clip move isn't running. And then move bodies, which is in a different. So if I remove the no clip ground, okay, we stay underground. But as you can see, I still can't fucking move. So somehow you're just not working properly. Oh, plus 100. We're always spinning above the ground like that. Okay. So you're still getting moved by something every frame. But that could be anything. That could be the gravity or whatever. Okay. No clip move isn't running. What if I said that the player is not a dynamic body anymore? Static. Then surely you shouldn't be trying to move it with gravity. So the player's still moving every single frame. But again, that doesn't actually limit out that it's this. If we remove rigid body entirely, should probably disable the looking as well. And no clip move should be fine. Because it could technically be the player look code that's doing it. Because it's running something every frame and updating it based on if it moved. But that doesn't necessarily mean it did move. Okay. So player's getting moved by the camera every frame. We should probably check if delta's not 0. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so the player gets moved twice, but that's it. What if I make you dynamic? Does the player start getting moved a lot? Nothing's moving the player, so it doesn't really make sense. Oh yeah, there is where I add the child, the camera to child. So the camera is a child. Because I do it there. Add child cam. Weird. So you change it every single time. If delta dot 0 dot length is greater than 0, return. That should stop it from updating the player's rotation if the player's not actually moving. I don't get it. I don't know why the player can't fucking gravity fall. Locked axes, rotation locked. Okay. Can I just spawn something else randomly? Like, commands.spawn. Well, not like that. We would want this, like this. I'm going to say rigid body, dynamic, collider, cube, void, one, and transform from translation vec3 y times 100. That should have everything it needs to fall under gravity. Let's see if it falls. I don't understand why I'm not falling. What are you bitching about? Probably because you're returning type now. You're not supposed to. Oh, don't update. Oh god, no. No, stop. There you go. Otherwise it's going to take forever to compile again. Look, there's a cube. Now, if we hit F12, is the cube falling? No. The cube is not falling. Why is the cube not falling? The cube is dynamic. Why are you not falling? Let's go over to their examples and see if they have. Scar. Fucking code. Okay, so transform, look at camera light dynamic physical object with collider shape and initial angular velocity. So, yep. Okay. Mesh.add cuboid. Okay. We are adding the physics plugins, I think. That or I'm fucking that up royally. Did I just like not save main? No, I've saved main. There's no way I haven't. So setup. Dynamic physics object with collision shape and initial angular velocity. Spawn cube. Yeah, I don't know, because all they're doing is adding a cube with a dynamic. Can't imagine it's anything else in the PBR bundle that is missing, because why wouldn't you make that part of the Wasn't split fucking spawn player here. That's all they're doing in the example. Do you have transform or something that's required? Linear velocity, angular velocity, mish mass. Okay. Interestingly, they don't have transform as a requirement, which in theory implies that it doesn't have to actually rigid body, forces, lock, mod, physics, material, world query. Like it could be part of the PBR bundle. Let me do that. Excuse me. Can you stop? If this works, it implies there's something about the PBR bundle. Like something that it adds. Oh, it crashed. I think we have to disable the transform. Oh. We need to probably put the transform inside of this one then. It's a bit of a fuck you, but anyway, transform. Put that there. Dot default. Kind of still want you out here for when I decide to remove the video bundle. So if it moves now, it implies there's something there that the bundle adds that isn't added by everything else, which is kind of a bit broken, but I don't think it will work. Yep, look, see, cube is still not fucking moving. Oh, okay, so do we have to, like, rip back to the fucking bare bones and be all like, okay, main 2, then main, okay, that's, I'm just gonna wholesale copy their example. Paste. Okay, and then when we go run, yeah, because this is technically old Bevy code. Material is actually material 3D. Could no, it's not gonna be that. Mesh 3D. Same with you. Mesh 3D. And material and okay. Right, so that works, implying it's something we're doing, which is adding default plugins and default. Am I fucking around and changing gravity somehow? Fixed update. Add system to fixed update frame time. Okay, don't care. We're setting fixed update to 1 Hertz. Does that break? That could break it, because if the physics engine is relying on fixed update, which it really shouldn't, but it could be. Well, maybe, whatever, as long as it's not called main. The debug, okay, don't care. Hey, does that mean you're a dick? First off, my frame rate's goddamn atrocious, but I suspect that's because I'm printing a million shit. So, you rely on fixed time. Oh god. Yeah, I still multiplied that by 1,000. I'm amazed that my mesh generation can keep up. That might be part of the reason why it's so slow, though. Oh, shit. Okay. So, yeah, you use fixed time, which means we need to actually go and... Annoyingly, you can just go back into update then. We need time. Res time. And... Mute. Ooh, left. Local. F32. Okay, so we're going to say, if... I guess don't do anything. If, time dot elapsed x minus last is less than 1 return. Dereference last equals time dot elapsed seconds. So that should mean that we can now use delta time as delta time, and also not have it spam into the console every fucking frame. Well, technically it's not every frame, it's every other, like, it's every it's fucking 61 hertz or something they do fixed time at. It's slightly different. Now, apparently that causes some errors. Don't know why that causes errors. It shouldn't. And because apparently at some point I fucking cocked that up. Entity count diagnostic plugin. So it's literally 3 errors in one because it was just so confused by what the fuck I'd done to that. Hey, oh god, it's still horrendously slow. Oh yeah, and I didn't slow down the fucking player's move speed. Okay, so doing a player controller and saying like don't multiply. Okay, well, one, don't do this. This is unnecessary now. And then don't multiply. We're multiplying the player's player move. Yeah, move detection can go away. Player laser is also not doing anything. Have I not got it compiling optimized, maybe? Nope, I've got the op level 3, so that's just okay. Player look. I think this is why people say you don't use something that's built into Bevy. We need a player controller. We need to go to fucking wherever player look is. Like player move. We need to go in player move. We need to go. Don't print player impulse and don't multiply it by 100. Okay, so having a bit of a hard time there. What the fuck did I do? Oh yeah, we removed a deck move from being a thing. Now, what's really going to be a pain in the ass here is that this is just really slow. Now, we could probably turn off the debug rendering and it might go fast again, but I feel like that's unlikely. Why do I think that's unlikely? It's because we had the debug rendering on and we were moving around before. It's purely got to do with the fact that the physics is fucking running this time. It's the only thing that's changed. Our player can still jump really fucking high. Okay, what the hell is chewing through our fucking... If I hit F12, is it something to do with this? Oh, right. That turned me static, didn't it? Which means I'm no longer experiencing gravity. Or it's turned me kinematic. Yeah. That. I'm not going to hit the ground, am I? Yep. Which is the worst way of doing that. Wait, can I just like not get out now because I've turned it off? Alright, so I need to like get to the ground. Nope. Nope. Fuck me. Oh god, why is it so hard? Okay. If I stopped. Okay. So, what that translates to is that the Bevy Aviron is just not usable for any kind of scale because that is just immensely slow. And I'm imagining I'm going to run it in release mode and see, but I can't imagine it being in release mode is going to change anything because I'm already compiling Aviron in release mode. The only other thing to try is removing the debug rendering plugin, which will do as well. But that's kind of like not going to work very well. Because it's so goddamn slow. The fact that this stuff's all compiling when I'm in release is interesting because I thought doing this made it compile everything in release. Oh, well, being in release will turn off the debug rendering anyway. This is only run when you're not in release mode. The debug assert means that release builds won't have it. Interesting. Come on. Almost loaded. Yeah, no. We got like 8 crates to go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Almost there. 3 crates to go. 3 crates to go. Oh, hopefully it's playable speed, but I doubt it because again, we were running it all the same, but with no physics or calculating the physics once per second, and it was running at a reasonable frame rate. But as soon as we turned on the physics every frame, it just died. Come on. Final crate to go. Okay, was it a playable speed? The question is this because we've turned it into debug mode or because we've turned the debug rendering off? Turning the debug rendering off would be good to know. So we need to go to... Okay, we need to get rid of this because this is what was causing our problem. Well, this is just testing code. I mean, it wasn't causing a problem. It helped us find it. I don't know why I'm calling .build on you. It's a bit odd. If I turn this off and then run in not release mode, is it still going to be mind-bogglingly slow? No, it's not mind-bogglingly slow. So it's literally the debug rendering code. It's just too slow. Now, apparently we bounce, which is not really the best, but okay. Okay, we have way too much jumping power. Do I have water at the moment? I don't actually know. I'd have to upgrade our view ranges. This would be nice. Okay, let's go render. View distance. Okay. Change new. Okay. Input is a resource button input key code. Oop. Like so, and then just res view distance. Then we say if input dot just pressed key code num add if I guess view distance dot 0 deref. Okay, so view plus equals 1, and if input dot just press key code numpad tracked if view dot 0 is greater than 3, view dot 0 minus equals 1. Okay. Then we need to go somewhere like main. App dot add systems to update. There's going to be settings. Change view distance. Right. Now we can increment our view distance to something like insane and see if we can actually find some water. Okay. Apparently, it's not doing shit. Is it running? The most likely situation is that we're not actually using the fucking information once we've done that. Does anything use view distance? Okay, no, it's just literally not calling it. So did I put it in the wrong spot? Probably. Should I just not save that? That might have also done it, you know. When we go to no, texture, view is now 7. Oh, I think our game is running at a crawl now. Yeah, not terrible. It's like 10 FPS. Now, the question is, why the fuck can't I see any of the new chunks? Or maybe I can. Maybe I... Oh, we're still really slow. If I set it all the way down to 3, it should go really fast again. It isn't, and I don't understand why. I wonder what's taking it. Weird ass time. Is it going to speed up again? I'm also pretty sure I'm only just hiding the chunks if they go out of range. So that could also be what's causing an issue. Somewhere, world chunk. So we gen colliders and we do all this stuff, which is just like probably all terribly inefficient. But anyway, view distance. What uses view distance? Surely whatever uses view distance. None of these things use it because they're not implemented. Yeah, mod rest. Okay, gen view hide view chunks. Okay. So you hit if distance is greater than 2 times visibility distance. Okay. Gen chunk cancel, remove chunk. If distance is greater than okay. So at some point I am removing the entities. It's just apparently too far out for it to be. Ooh, error failed to gen chunk is just spewing out a lot. Okay. Excuse me. I don't know why that chunk's still not being generated, but anyway. Has it sped back up? No. It's probably because these chunks are all still here. They're just not visible. Alright. I should probably reduce this to like +2. It's just very slow. I'll try it in release mode, see if that helps. It's got to be the physics engine though. Like it's just Rapier could handle this. This one can't, which is depressing. Which it also doesn't make sense why. Like it kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. I also have no idea what's failing to generate the chunks. They're probably making the chunks too big. Well, they're generating the wrong order. Anyway. What we could do, if it is that causing the issue, is when we generate the chunks, I'm going to assume it's looking for rigid collider. Let's have a look. If I go to the collider, does the collider require collider mask? Okay, so a collider doesn't necessarily require a rigid body, but if I don't give it a rigid body, does it not work as a collider? That is the question. So when we don't give a shit about genning view chunks. Gen start chunks. Do you insert a rigid body? You do. Okay, if I remove the rigid body from the static starting chunks, if this causes them to not work as physics, despite still having a collider in theory, unclear. Well, they'll get a collider at some point. Because the question becomes, if I can tell it to not put colliders on shit that's really far away. So I'm falling. I should just fall straight through this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the starting 5x5x5 is going to be static like that. But then hide view. So somewhere we add okay here. Oh, that's no clip camera here. Okay, so you gen the starting chunks. Yep, and then you gen view chunks. Okay, don't do that. So I don't know if I want to be adding and removing a rigid body all the time. Body, and then we say chunks, and chunks is here, and then we say option. Rigid body like so. And then we can say if distance visibilities, okay. We need HTE, we need commands, we've got commands, okay. So here we say if body dot is sum commands dot entity e dot remove rigid body. And then we do the same thing here, but we say oh, I didn't know. No. Oh, nope. Okay. Visible, hidden, and then we say is oh, where are we? Okay, what? You go here. You say is none entity dot insert rigid body static. Like so. So that means that only the visible chunks will have colliders, which should then in theory allow me to have these invisible chunks without them fucking dragging the performance down. Okay. So we shouldn't fall through this because they should have a rigid body. Okay, cool. And we should be able to extend up to like 7. But rendering issues, but that's fine. Question is, are these ever going to render? It doesn't look like these are ever gonna fucking render. Okay. Something's running up. Failed to gen chunks. It doesn't look like the ground ever dips low enough to generate water. It's failing to generate a lot of chunks. Oddly specific that it's not generating certain chunks like that. Okay. I don't know why they're failing to generate. Should really work on this code. Work on this code off camera, so I actually have an understanding of what's going on. So I don't know what's causing it to fucking spit out failed to gen chunk. Okay. Add chunk mesh. Where's the function add chunk mesh? Add chunk meshes. Okay. Well, first off, we'll fix this. Failed to gen chunk. Okay. Yes, but why? Somewhere we have to do chunk mesh tasks. When do we gen chunk tasks? On chunk make mesh. I need you to kind of report when you return none. Read the unwrapped gen chunk. Okay, so get chunk. Okay, so you get the chunk. Okay. So this needs to be all. You should really trace shit like if let let some chunk equal else warn chunk has no data ID and return. Plus, I don't know why my Rust analyzer is not working. Like, why is it not showing me all the deprecated shit? Like, why are you not doing your job? Also, why are you spitting out like 200 something errors? That is disturbing. Okay, if I 2 previously omitted errors. See, it takes fucking forever to go through this. Return. Return none. Thank you. Nope, still fucking. Yeah. Okay. Error ID, because ID doesn't. Okay. Do that, please. Really, it should be ID 0. Ugh. Probably do that. That would probably work. Okay. So is it because it's not getting the chunks they're not having data. No, it's just yes. So it's just not generating the chunk data fast enough. That's weird. Well, this is asynchronous. So what the hell generates the chunks data? You do. No. Alright. Fuck. Chunk. New. Regen chunk. Gen chunk. What calls gen chunk? This is shocking. This code is atrocious. I mean, I love it that I wrote all this code to get something working, but this is just not how you should do this kind of shit. I don't know how this fucking works. So you're calling make chunk, and what the fuck, when do you come into existence? For ID, okay, so map new. Okay, chunks take new. Right, getting around some fucking like can't borrow and mutate at the same time. So take new, and this is obviously all the new chunks. And we insert the ID into the spawn pool. So what the fuck adds new? So take new. To gen. Set block set entry. Contains chunk take gen or update chunk. No. Okay, so I'm guessing it's probably gen or update chunk. Okay, so there's the two functions which are like nested weirdly. They're the only places we call that function. What the fuck? Gen view. Okay, map.gen or update chunk. So when we call gen or update, we're going to go in here and we say gen or update, and we say for the neighbors, add to gen. And okay, so skip too high or too low. Chunks don't generate underground. Then we add to in gen, and then we say to gen. Add to gen. If self.toGen contains key. What entity is sum? Right, so this is overriding to gen if it's remove chunk. Okay, fuck me. So to gen contains key. Add to gen. What the fuck adds fucking When do they get added to new? Take new. Where the fuck is take new? Oh god. Take new. Can make, drain, collect. Fuck me. I can make. So everything we add to can make. We add to 2gen. When do we add to can make? Here. Okay. Set block. Oh god, I have no idea how this code works. Something never adds fucking can make. Like setting the block. Regen chunk. Like we never actually update it. Oh my god. I need to just rewrite this whole shit from scratch. Maybe that's what we should fucking do. Lob this fucker in the bin and start again. I have no idea how... I just poked myself in the fucking eye. I have no idea how any of this works. It's got so much redundant calling to fucking shit that's like updating other shit that's then updating shit. I don't know how the texture stuff works. Oh, fuck me. Gen chunk tasks. Oh god. It's so convoluted. Okay. Mate. Okay. So we're gonna go and just rip everything out and start again, I reckon. Module terrain. Hub struct chunk. Okay, and a chunk for now will be blocks. Right. We need a const chunk. Chunk size, which is a use size and equals 16. Yeah, the repo somewhere. It's gonna be immediately out of date because I'm gonna just rip everything out at the moment. But somewhere I'll go to my repository. I'll add it to the description of the video. Or the description my Minecraft. And then we're gonna go here. We're gonna go copy. Code. Okay. That should be right. That is the link. Right, so chunk size. The code is so terribly written, I can't make heads or tails of it, so I am going to just re-implement the chunk generation code. Chunk area is just chunk. Oh, the size. It's chunk size times chunk size, and then const chunk volume, and that's a u size equals chunk area times chunk size. Okay, so blocks, and this is going to be a I guess an enum enum block type. And it's just going to be, for now, air and stone. Okay, and this is going to be block type by chunk volume. Okay. So to generate a chunk, we're going to need like so first we're going to implement chunk. Import chunk. Okay. So first up, a chunk will need a new function which will take in noise, which is going to be a mute impl noise function. Offset, which is going to be a vec3. I guess it's going to be id. Vec vec3. We need to use Bevy preload. Thank you. All of the preload. Okay, so noise function, and then it's going to take an offset, and then we're going to return a chunk data, and then we're going to say let mute data blocks equals blocks equals block type air. By chunk volume. Okay, and then we're gonna make you clone and copy. Clone and copy like so. We go here, and then we go for iterate through z last dot chunk size, then y, or y in 0 dot dot. Well, no, actually it should be y last chunk size. So we y last, we go up the y last, we iterate through the z, then we iterate through the x. For x in 0 dot dot chunk size, and then we say let y equal y plus id dot y. Okay, so maybe these need to be I32s so that I don't have to. Well, actually, maybe you can be an I32, and then you'd be as U size, like so, for convenience. Okay, and then as F32. Do that for the others as well. X, so y, x, z, x, z, I guess times chunk size, times chunk size, times chunk size. All right, times 0.013. All right, and then we say x instead. Okay, and then we go let height equal noise dot sample something. We did import noise function. What the fuck? Get. And then we say X, Y, Z. Okay. If height is less than 0.1, block type stone, else block type air. And then we say block equals, so it would be let index equal something, and then we're going to go index, right? And then your x plus z times chunk size as I32 as u size times chunk size plus y as u size times chunk area. Do I have to wrap these in parentheses now? That's confusing. Okay. Do you not like that? U plus u times u. Wait. Oh. Yeah. Alright. So we want like u times u as u size. Okay. There we go. In reality, I feel like this is better off done like this. U plus u times u plus y times my chunk area, and then just convert chunk area as I32, and then the whole thing as u size. Okay, and then we get the index and we set the index to the index, and then we go to the end here and go right at the bottom, we say return chunk blocks block. Okay, we just rename it PM. Okay, F2 blocks. Okay, so that's our chunk generation code. If we go somewhere in here, world chunk. Okay. When I say new, rand destination chunk from seed. Oh yeah, we need to pass in a seed as well. No, we pass in the noise. What the fuck? Time to jiggle. Okay, this code seems slightly more comprehensive, so I'm going to copy this. So apparently a chunk keeps chunk ID an optional entity, which I'm assuming is the entity. Oh, because we're not attaching these to the chunk themselves, and blocks, which is chunk. Okay, so we're going to grab these as well. So terrain, we need to go wherever chunk ID is. Let's just grab this chunk generation code because it seems to be working pretty well. Chunks look kind of cool. I'm gonna paste it in. We just need to modify it to use okay. Maybe I should leave you as an I32 then. I should probably just leave them all as I32s. And just cast it as a U size when I need it to be a U size. Block air chunk volume. Okay, then we go iterate through chunk sizes. RNG0, RNG1. I don't know what these two numbers are for. Chunk Y is pos. Where are you getting pos from? Is that something I passed in? This is why you don't copy paste code, everyone. Pause. Okay, so it's ID. So ID. 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 Okay, so height equals noise dot get jiggle. So apparently we have a const jiggle, which is an f2 and equals 0.01. Apparently I've picked some random fucking jiggle vector, which is just about not passing integers in. Somewhere jiggle, find jiggle. Oh, it's in it's a constant, pi minus 3, so it's literally a fractional remainder of pi. Okay, so just use const crate. I don't know, where the fuck was I? I was in some kind of fucking thing called constants, blocks. No. Chunk. Where the fuck did jiggle? Where is jiggle located? Prelude. Okay. Create prelude. Well, it makes sense to include jiggle in there. Does that also contain everything else? Prelude, chunk. Yep. Yep. Okay. Volume. Okay, so we can just get rid of these now because we just apparently used the prelude ones. Okay, so RNG. So we seed the RNG. I think this is not going to take in a seed because it doesn't make sense to take in a seed. Alright, I'm just going to take in something that implements RNG. I'm going to take in something that implements noise because I think I can then pass in a immutable reference and technically immutable reference will implement noise. So instead, RNG is not going to work like that. So we just pass in the RNG. So we say id.0, we say rng.gen this and that, and we say height, which is noise.get x, y. Okay, so we pass in a two-dimensional to get the height. And then we divide it by 2 and add half, which I guess is converting the range to a value between 0 and 1 instead of negative and positive. Okay. Instead of negative, positive, half, it's divided by 2 at half. Okay. Height is then that times ground height, which I believe is 64. Then gives it the height. So then for y is chunk height, if let current height is chunk height plus y. Okay. If chunk height is less than, if current height is less than height divided by 2. If current height is less than height divided by 2. The fuck? Block type equals water. Don't do that. At bedrock. Okay, chunk. Well, we'll put bedrock as a block type then. Right. So, to the chunk height plus y. I should really be using noise because noise would work better, but anyway. So current height. So if current height equals 0, your bedrock. Else if current height is greater than height, okay. No. If current, no. Far too complicated. Far too complicated. Else, so if height equals 0, else if current height is greater than height, block type air, not block type, block type air, else block type stone. Okay. So that's our new chunk code. So next we need to work out where the fucking chunk ID is coming from and go to chunk ID components. Okay. So first off, I just want you to implement deref mode. Okay. And then from. Okay. Okay. So that's our new chunk code. And then we need to find all the places that we use the old chunk code. So terrain, we probably want to map. Okay. Okay, no. Derive resource struct map. Now, in the world here, map here is an arc to a map internals and a join handle, which I'm assuming is the task in charge of syncing everything. That is interesting. Why is it an arc reference as well? And why is that not part of the internals? World descriptor. Chunks can mesh to gen. Okay. So we need a map. For now, let's make it not asynchronous because the asynchronous is going to add way too much complexity for very little gain. Or in reality, a lot of gain, but like, we're not going to do it. Chunk data, which is going to be a hash map that it's going to use chunk ID and link it to chunk. Okay. We needed a 2gen. Now, 2gen is a hash, apparently a hash map that is a chunk ID to optional entity. So that means that you can generate things. Okay. What else do we have in fucking map here? So we have our chunk data can mesh. Can mesh. What the fuck does can mesh do? I think can mesh was right. Can mesh is probably everything that. So can mesh hash set. Right, this is chunk ID. Okay. Okay. So we need like a map plugin. What we're gonna call it. So plugin. Terrain. Terrain plugin. All right. So we need to be like Q. That's not how you spell Q, but anyway. Q chunks. All right. I think you need to become your map, and then struct map internal, not static, struct. Right. We paste you, and then we say you have internal, which is a arc std sync arc map internal. All right, and then you need to deref into internal. Okay, so Q chunks needs map. Mute map. Actually, I think you can be unmutable. We just need res map. And then added, and then query for chunk ID added chunk ID, and then we say map dot for added in added we say map let mute map equals map dot read right .0 internal. The fuck? What is your problem? It's interesting. I need to lock you somehow. I don't remember how. Oh, no, because it needs to be a read-write map. Is that how? Read-write lock. Yeah. Yeah. Sync internal read-write lock. Right. Right. So I think we can go back to deref, which means we don't need to reference internal. We can just do that. Dot write. Dot expect to know not to poison. Expect, don't poison it, please. And then we say map dot q chunk, and then so we need the entity as well. Okay, so q chunk. So it would be entity and ID. And so when we call QChunk, we're going to pass in entity ID. And then we're going to go to... So map internal. So we're going to import map internal. And map internal is going to have the fun thing of being like... FNQ chunk. And you can mute self, an entity, entity, which is going to be an entity, and an ID, which is going to be a chunk ID. So, and you will return nothing, I guess. Yeah, okay. So then we say fn add NAGO. I can't spell fucking neighbors. It's somewhere. Apparently it's spelled wrong here. Okay, so we go here, we say add neighbors. Self and ID, chunk ID. And then we go for n in ID dot neighbors, which apparently is spelled incorrectly in the actual source, which is kind of hilarious. Okay, so get direction up, down, left, right, forward, back. Okay. So then we go back to a trend. We say, okay, so in our get neighbors, we say if n dot y, we need more const, which is in our prelude. Yeah, maybe not. If y equals 0 is less than 0, continue. If n dot y is greater than 4, continue. So we're going to put some comments so we know what this is doing. Chunk below bedrock. Chunk above the build limit. Okay. So then we say if oh, okay, so if self dot 2gen dot contains key ID no, n, continue. Chunk already in already queued. In queue. Okay, so gen chunk already in queue. And then we say if chunk data contains key chunk already generated. All right. And then finally we say self dot to dot 2gen dot insert n and none. Okay, so the first thing you do is you call self dot add neighbors of ID. Then you say self self.2gen.insert entity and ID. Wait, nope, other way. You insert ID and then some entity. Alright. So you queue the chunks. So we need to sort of generate the chunk data somehow. So can we like probably want to do this on like frame boundaries, be like fn update update can chunk can mesh mute self. Then we say for to gen for ID in to gen self dot to gen dot keys, and then we say okay, so update, and we say self dot can mesh dot clear. So you can't mesh anything, and then for this we go for okay, if chunk data yeah, self dot if self dot chunk data contains don't clear it contains key ID. Then we say not. If not, then return. Then continue. For n in self in ID dot neighbors. Ooh. We need to be like fn has underscore data, which takes in self and returns a boolean, or is gen is available usable is usable, and then we say self, and then we also need an ID. Mute to a chunk data, a chunk ID, right? And then so we say so we say self dot is usable. ID. Right. And then this says if ID dot y is greater than is less than 0. I guess it's y is less than 0 or y ID dot y is, I guess we don't need to do that, do we? ID dot y is greater than 4 or self dot chunk data dot contains key ID. So what we're doing is we're saying if it's below 4, if it's below bedrock, if it's above the world light, or if the data is actively available to be used, we're going to say it's usable. So basically, if it's below bedrock, it's usable because we know the value is air, and if it's above build height, we know it's also air, so it's usable even though the chunk data doesn't exist. Then we're going to go if self isn't usable, return, and then go through each of the neighbors, and then if self dot is usable n, and then we say if any of its neighbors are also not usable, we want to continue. Oh, I want to break. Okay. Something like main, and then continue main. Right. So then for each of the neighbors, we also return if it's not usable. Otherwise, we say self dot can mesh dot insert id. Right. So when we update this, we go through and we basically work out what has got chunk data generated. All right, so the map should also probably have a list of tasks. Chunk. Pub gen tasks. Maybe we should make this not asynchronous. Because I don't remember why I made it asynchronous. Let's see if we can make it not asynchronous. And then we're going to use Bevy's async to try and pull the data. Like at the end of each frame, we will see what's been finished generating. So this is gen tasks. So this is generate tasks, which is going to be a vector of tasks, of Bevy tasks that return an option, maybe a result chunk data, and the error is going to be a generation. Okay, and then down here we need an enum. So we really need to make this its own module. Okay, so mod chunk. What? Go away. What did I do wrong? Okay, so in our terrain we have chunk, and then we need to move all the chunk code in there. So this is chunk, new chunk. Okay, so all of this shit needs to go in here. You need to be public so that the system above can call you. Okay, and then in here we need to say use chunk. Thank you. Okay, and we need gen error. So this is going to be chunk, and we're going to go down here. We're going to have a pub enum gen error. And we're going to derive. We're going to go here. We're going to go this error. Not this. Is it this error? Yep. Okay, cool. And then we say debug this error come on, give me my type, this error, and then we say we'll add them as we go. Right, so you have the generate, so you have a generation task, which is a task that has a result of a chunk or a gen error, and then mesh task. which is also a vector of tasks. This one returns a result of a mesh or a mesh error, which is going to be the same thing. We're going to go use all the public shit in chunk, and inside chunk we're going to go copy this, but this is called mesh error. Okay. Okay, so gen error, mesh error. Okay. I think you should actually be a hash map. That is entity and task. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. So Q chunks, when we say Q chunk. Okay, and that queues all the chunks. So we need to start gen chunk. Okay, so this is going to take in a map, and somewhere in here gen view chunks, that it probably is. Gen or update, nope, somewhere. Fuck me. Chunk. No, it's async. Async. Search the whole thing. Async. Thread pool async. Okay. We get the async compute pool. Right. So we do u, and then we say if map dot q to gen dot is empty, return. We don't want to waste time grabbing the pool if it's not going to be used. I don't think this is very expensive. I'm pretty sure it just spins something up. But anyway, so then we need to go to gen. So to gen implies that it's not already in the map. So we need to go for so we need to be able to update this, I guess, don't we? Generate tasks. So maybe you should also be a hash map. Yeah. So you should also be a hash map, and you're going to take in chunk ID, like so. This is getting complicated again. So we're going to say for chunk in map.toGen.drain. I think I want to drain it because then it removes the stuff. So chunk, so ID and entity. target. The issue with this is we need to somehow store that piece of information. Okay, so we need to U to be mutable for one thing. Alright, so we grab the task pool, and then we say, so generate chunks I think needs to be async to work correctly. So you need to go back to here, chunk. So make mesh is asynchronous, yes, but what about generating a chunk? Is generating a chunk asynchronous? Get block, no is not asynchronous, so that's interesting. So first of all, we want to go here, and we want to go chunk mesh test. That a chunk mesh tasks. I feel like what we want to do is we're going to go to world. Well, I guess it's go to main, go to up here and go world doesn't exist anymore. Please remove world. And anything that causes an issue because world no longer exists. Apparently this is in here somewhere, I reckon. Yep. Okay. Interesting. So I reckon we can get rid of all of this. I comment it out because at some point I'll probably need to read it to work out what it was fucking doing. This can go. Frame time, you don't really do anything. So with seed 3. Okay, so that can go. So we want to go app.add plugins terrain terrain plugin. So okay. Okay, so save this. Find out what happened to my terminal. New terminal. We're gonna run this and we're gonna see what comes out. Okay, so it failed to find module world. Okay, so you don't do that. Let's track down all the errors. World plugin. Okay, world plugin doesn't exist anymore. Config set update running if statement main menu playing. Okay. Right, you don't need those anymore. The only reason I commented out the other stuff is because I am planned, like I may need to reference back to it, whereas this is like we are never going to go back. Okay, so something about chunk pos. Okay, it's ID. Okay. Block type stone. Oh, because we left block type. Okay, so we need to use super block type. Block type, please. Thank you. Okay, so that should fix those few errors. So you're saying chunk size not found in scope, so you need to use crate prelude. So let's check that and go. Now we're down to 7 errors. Okay, so something about pos that doesn't make any sense because I fixed that. Okay, so you're saying not found in scope. Okay, we need to use Bevy prelude as well, apparently. And chunk, so I think the chunk ID. It's interesting. So I need to go like ID is chunk ID like that. Okay, 4 errors to go. Okay, so you're saying RNG is not found in scope, so we do import rand RNG. We also need to import the noise function because it's going to run into the same issue. This is apparently inside blocks. We say gen mesh direction. Okay, so apparently we need. Okay, so blocks. For some reason, is that what do we world chunk direction? So really that should be inside blocks because it's blocks that has it. So blocks gets direction now, and then we come down here and we say you just use direction. Okay, 9 errors. So something about cannot borrow as mutable. Do you not have deref mute? You don't. Okay. Yeah, because it's just ID. And at the Z, and then I should fix those, and then we go run and go, how many errors left now? 5 errors. So, cannot borrow is mutable. Trait. Yes, but I thought you had deref mute. Map has deref mute. Alright, fine. Pop these up here. And now you don't need to do this shit. You're doing that to try and be asynchronous, but I've worked out that I don't want to be asynchronous. Well, I do, but like not in that way. Chunk ID, okay. You can't access that because it's private. But I fixed it. Did I not save it? Why? Noise function. But you take 2 generic arguments? Okay. Well, your T is an F32 and your dim is 3? 3-dimensional noise? Oh. Well, we're only fetching 2-dimensional noise. And noise function F64 2 and plus noise function F64. I'm assuming we'll use 3-dimensional noise at some point. Well, maybe not. Okay, we'll just stick with 2 for now. And then you're just T. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Okay, 4 errors. Q chunk. Okay, so we don't need to do that. We just need to say, when we say Q a chunk, you just need to be mute. Map. You're just a mutable reference to the map, I believe. Like, what the fuck calls Q chunk? Oh no, Q chunks needs to be a res mute because that's a function. Okay. Okay. So then we call Q chunk, which is then called on that. Okay, which then goes through and works out what it needs to do. So Q chunks calls Q chunk. This is just map. Thank you. Okay. So implementing this, and then we go through and we say Q chunk, which is add neighbors, and then insert self, and then you go there. Okay. we go 3 errors to go. So Q chunks, that's weird. Why are you complaining? That doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so you say Q chunk. All right, you need to dereference it, or have I got chunk ID somewhere else? I think I didn't dereference it. Okay, and then the next error is create world map. That doesn't exist anymore. This is now no longer chunk, this is block. Blocks directions. Okay, well, we've still got 3 errors because apparently we've just pushed them around a little bit. You are not importing this anymore. There's still 3 errors. What the fuck? Okay, you grab res map, which we need to import create terrain map. Don't know what I used the map for. Literally nothing. Oh, because we're... Right, we haven't implemented that, so I was probably using the map for something at some point. 2 errors left. Okay, you can't find map. I don't know why you can't find map. Can't find map in scope. But map is in scope. Okay, fine. Fuck you. It's right there. What do you mean you can't find map in scope? Set player ground map dot get max height. Who the fuck knows what that was doing? Get max height. Map equals read unwrap blocks block ID new block y 0 while map dot block does not equal air and okay direction up does not equal air. While map does the current block does not equal air. Okay. That's an interesting method. So we need to go back to our terrain. We need to be like, yes, hello map. If I said get first air and get max height, which is actually not max height, it should be min height. And then this takes itself, and then a pause. IVEC 2. And then we should say for y in 0 dot dot chunk size times 5, I think. Let chunk equal IVEC 3. What the fuck was the original one doing? Get block Okay. No, which is pos dot x 0 pos dot y. Okay, no, it's gonna be like for chunk y 0 dot dot 5 let chunk equal, and this is chunk y. Right, look at that. And then we say if let sum chunk equals chunk dot that would explain why we have a the chunks need to be in a read write lock because they need to be able to be, you need to be able to access this. So RW lock, because this needs to be accessed from inside the chunk data stuff. Anyway, so get chunk let lock equals self dot chunks dot read the poison. I can't spell, no poison. Anyway, no poison. Then we go here and we say chunk. So we say lock dot get chunk. Then we say for we need to return an I32. So else return chunk y times by 16. So then for y in 0 dot dot just chunk size, and also it should be chunk size. Okay, for that, and then we say if well, is let index equal x. Really, we should be saying chunk dot get lock x pos dot x y, and then pos dot y, and then if this equals chunk, block type air return y plus chunk y times by chunk size. Okay. Otherwise, I don't know, return 5 times chunk size. If you don't find anything, it means you're at the top. I don't know if it's going to work very well, but you know, So we're gonna implement it. We're gonna go to wherever chunk is, which is in here. Chunk. I'm gonna say fn get block. Okay, which is gonna take in self an x I32, a y I32, and a z, which is an I32, and return a block type. Okay, so first let x, we need to be just mute, right? And then we say x equal modulo equals chunk size. Right, we do that for all of them. So x, y, and z. So that we just basically make sure they're inside the chunk, and then we say let index equal restriction x, y, and x, and y, and z, and return the new size. This is going to be inline. This is just so that I don't have to keep remembering how to do it. So it's x plus z times chunk size plus y times chunk area. So then we should just be able to say self dot blocks chunk index XYZ, and then you are as u size. Yeah. Okay, so you return your block type like that, and then you say get block XYZ and your private. Okay. Get block. Okay, so is that gonna be good? Who knows? So we get our chunk XYZ. So this is just to return the get height. This is purely just to make that function work, whatever that fucking function does. I think it just sets you 100 blocks above the ground. That's all that function did. Okay, so blocks direction. What do you mean? Redefined here. Where's the other one? Where is this? This is in world chunks, but you shouldn't exist, so I don't know what you're complaining about. I kind of want this though. Where am I? World chunks, okay. Blocks. Like, world chunks shouldn't have existed, so I don't know why you were having a little hissy fit saying that it doesn't, that it defined twice. Now there's 21 errors. Okay, what the hell is your problem? Get. Okay, so first off, your lock get. Right, so self this is where you start getting dangerous because you're doing this a lot. Yeah, no, we need to go, which is a hash set of chunk IDs, and then has data, because we don't want to be locking and unlocking everything. But then when we say, I guess we haven't even got to the point of, okay. Do you fix any amount of errors? Nope, still 21 errors. Okay, what the fuck is your problem? Your block type doesn't implement the fucking, okay. Where is it? Par equal. Okay, some reason. Get chunk ID. Then you have to be changed to contains because you're okay. 18 errors to go. What do you mean? Get. The trait compare is not. Yes, it is. What the fuck is your problem? Has data. Contains. But I already fixed this. Okay, set player ground no longer exists because that function is doing my head in. Set player ground. Fuck off. You literally don't do anything. Okay, now we go to terrain. And we go get fucking height. It does not do anything. Go away. Fuck me. There's just so many errors. You create preload. Wait, why are we defining direction here? Is that not self-referential? Hey, it's actually compiling. Hey, it actually compiled. Primary window not found. What do you mean primary window not found? Okay. Okay, anyway. So, queue chunks. Queues all these chunks. Start chunks to okay. So, our chunk generation pool is getting it to start now. Okay, so somehow we could be like pool dot scope spawn. Okay, so I think in theory we should be able to like if so I reckon we'll make seed. So terrain. So we're gonna say pub struct seed, and it's gonna be a U32, and we're going to say derive resource. Okay, so first thing you do is app dot insert resource seed. We're gonna have a seed value of 3. Right. First thing you do, add the seed. Next, we need to dot add systems to update. Right, and these systems are queue chunks, And also, then let's start chunk gen. Okay. So we need to say that we want to do a chunk new. So this needs to be async. So we need to be like let noise equal somewhere, I think it's in here. FBM seed shifted. Okay. So it's noise, but anyway. Noise. Okay. So the noise equals this. I think you're a simplex. Noise. Super simplex. Open simplex. I don't know. Whichever's faster. Okay. And then we go, hey, noise. Your ID is ID. Okay. And then we need to let mute let RNG equal rand RNG's std RNG this could result in issues because we're going to use the same RNG from seed and from U64, right? Which is why we need to go to wherever fucking seed is. So we need to say seed, which is a res seed, like so. And seed needs to be U64. Like so, and then also you need deref. Thank you. So we need to be saying like seed, shift, seed. Okay. Seed. Okay, do we have to go like seed.0 shifted? Okay, there we go. And then we pass in noise dot clone and RNG dot clone and ID, and we say spawn. And then we go, this should have an issue. Yeah, because it's not a future, right? I don't know why my fucking Rust analyzer is not working. So chunk is not a future. Okay, so we go here and we say new pub async new, and you return OK chunk. You return a result, and then chunk gen error. Okay, so that should then work, right? Apparently not. Invalid resource. No, you don't return res, you return result. Okay. Well, we've lowered the number of errors. Expected. Okay. 0. again, dot 0. Okay, that should fix some of the errors. Still 2 to go. It's because it's called noise now. Okay. And off it goes. Okay, so we need to say map dot mesh tasks. It's generate tasks dot insert u and we need to insert this, so that's the task, which means we need to go right back to the beginning here and say id comma task. Okay. So we insert onto the tasks that, because we're draining it, it should be done. Okay, and then we're going to say fn update can mesh. This is going to take in map, there's map, and it's just going to call map dot update can mesh. And then we're going to go up here, we're going to say add systems last. I guess it's first, isn't it? First thing we want to do, and then we're going to update can mesh. Okay. So queue everything and start generating everything. So this queues and then drains. Okay. I guess I don't want to. Okay, so 2 gen. I guess we then want like a 2 mesh. So I guess 2 gen can just be a hash set then. Like so. And then when we say queue chunk, we say 2 mesh dot insert that, and we say self dot 2 gen dot, I guess it's if self dot 2 genders dot does not contain self dot 2 gen dot insert id. Okay, it's not the most efficient way of doing that, I don't think. Anyway, so we add all the neighbors, and then we add ourselves, and then we whack you in the 2 mesh. All right, so then this is the start gen chunks, which will iterate through all of the chunks. So I guess we start mesh. Chunks, right? And then this would be new map. And then we say except we check to mesh return. All right, then we need to grab access to the async task pool. Okay. And then you shouldn't need any noise. And then I guess you just do this. So, except it's not generate tasks, it's mesh task. So the mesh task, I guess it's okay, so we need let chunk data equal. All right, so for, okay, so not to gen, to mesh. Except we don't want to drain it, do we? Retain. Is there a way to filter drain? So clears the map, returning all key pairs as an iterator, keeping for reuse. If the returned iterator is dropped before being fully consumed, it drops the remaining key value pairs. The returned iterator keeps a mutable borrow of to optimize its. Damn it. Reserve. Okay. So we need to go ready, and that equals map dot to mesh. What's it called then? Map dot. Yeah, it's called to mesh. Dot iter. I guess we iterate keys. Iter keys, and then we say dot map. Okay, is it dot keys? Keys dot retain. No, dot filter. Okay, and then we say weird fucking double referencing thing. Then we say map dot can mesh dot contains. Okay. Dot collect into a vector. So. Why are you saying this? Why? Okay. Fuck you. Okay. So we collect into our hash map like so of ready, and then we say for gen in ready. Okay. What? This message is now history? Confusing. Alright. Have a good night. I'm gonna keep hacking away at this for another probably hour or so. Yeah, I'm glad you dropped in and said hi and have someone to talk to for like 30 seconds. Distract me enough to maybe let my brain click on what I'm supposed to be doing. So start mesh chunks. So we generate this and then we say pool spawn chunk. Little hearts. Not get block. We want to gen mesh. And then gen mesh is going to take in the ID, which is gen. So I guess we'll change this to ID. You're going to take in the ID. So you'll take an ID.0, I think. Yeah, maybe just the ID. And then also the data. Data. Right. And then we're going to know what to get data. So we go let data equal map dot chunk data dot clone. Right. You can't just be a read write lock. You need to be atomically referenced. Okay. Dot clone. Okay. So then we pass in data. Yep. Okay. So we say gen chunk. We pass in the ID and its data. After we've assumed. Okay. So we need to finish gen chunks, which is going to take in map. Where's map? That, and then we say for results in for task in map dot gen tasks, generate tasks dot iter. And we say let new finished equals a vec new, like so, and then we say so ID and then ID and then task, and then we say if task dot is finished dot push finished. How do I fucking somewhere this block on, I'm sure of it. Is it in here? Block on? Yep, okay. Okay. Let chunk equal task Why am I canceling the task to get the result? This seems really wrong. Task, that's really the only thing I can do. Task dot detach. No. Okay, cancel. Cancel the task and wait for it to stop running. Returns the task's output if it was completed just before it got cancelled, none if it didn't complete. While it is possible to simply drop the task to cancel it, it's a cleaner way of cancelling because it waits for the task to stop running. Okay. Into future. But how do I get like the task to just wait for the task to complete? Poll. Race. Use. Poll. Like, it feels really wrong to cancel it because it's already finished. Like, this does not feel like the right way to get access to this data. Anyway, so finish dot push that. Yep. Okay. And then we say, well, I guess we go, okay. Chunk equals match. First thing I'm going to do, push finish, because even if this fails, okay, so okay is chunk. And okay just returns chunk. Like so, and then E, and then we say here, we say error E, otherwise discontinue. Okay, so now we have the chunk. We can say map dot chunk data dot write dot expect. Just use unwrap, then we can find it later. Dot unwrap dot insert, and then we want to say ID and chunk. Okay. Don't know if we want to be cloning the chunk data around, which annoyingly means that this task could get stuck if the while everything's generating, because yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's a way to make them pause. All right. So that finishes that. So we start generating chunk. We start generating meshes. And then I guess we want to finish mesh chunks. This is going to take in the map like so. Oh, we need to remove them from the we go here. We go, once you get to the end here, we're going to go for, I guess we go map dot gen tasks dot retain. Then the function is k and underscore, and we say finished dot contains k, and then we say doesn't contain k, retain you take in two values, k and k and underscore. So we say if it doesn't contain finished, then you return it. Hello, Alamak. How is your day, night, afternoon going? Finished gen chunk. Basically we need to do exactly the same thing here, but here, and we say finished is equal to this, but it's mesh chunk, mesh task, and then we say if finished mesh, so future block on, and this is mesh. We need access to the asset server, I believe. Asset server. Only-ish. No, that's not very good. I'm working on code that was so old that I've decided that I'm just gonna do it again because I don't understand how it works. Like, there's just so much shit stacked on so much other shit. Like, I have a vague recollection of what I was doing, but I don't know how it works enough to modify it. So I'm just like, I'll just start again and try and make it, like, good this time. It's not going to be good. I know that, like, as soon as I do it, like, get to a certain point again, I'm just going to be like, I don't know what I'm doing. But at least this time I'm trying to write it in a way. Like, I added some comments. I've stopped adding comments, which I should fix, but, you know. So, first off, you should return mesh and a handle. Like so. Right, and then we're going to go asset server dot. Can I insert? Is this a thing? I know we can add. Add works. Okay. So what we will do is add. What does add do? Load asset with dependency. Yeah. So I don't think there's a way to insert. So that's annoying. But anyway, we say add, and then we're gonna go. We need commands as well. Command string. Nope. And then we say down here, we say commands dot entity target dot insert, and then we say mesh. Go here, we say mesh 3D bundle, and here like this, and then mesh. Okay, so this like that. Okay, so we insert the mesh, and then we do exactly the same thing, where it's like an arrow, we print arrow, and rotate. Okay, so block on, and this is task. So up here in our map, we need to make sure that the map's actually containing a result, which is going to be a mesh and an entity. All right, and then when we add our mesh task, when we start mesh chunk, we need to pass in an ID, a mesh, and a target. And the only reason we're passing a target in is so that the target can get passed back. Now, when we go to chunk and we say gen mesh, somewhere, I think here, you have gen mesh. Okay. It's just... Apparently, this does some fancy stuff and generates a chunk, so we'll just copy it and see if we can modify it with our basic understanding of what the fuck I'm doing, and the hope that I've written this code once before. So gen mesh, which needs to take in an ID, which is a chunk ID. a data, which is a arc rw lock to a hash map. To a hash map of chunk ID to chunk. And then target, which was just an entity. Now, using only this information, am I able to reconstruct this? Block ID. Alright, apparently that's a valid thing. No, okay. So then block is self.getBlock. Okay, so first off, okay. Let chunk equal data dot block no, dot read dot unwrap dot get reference to ID dot expect chunk is loaded. Okay, wait, you get to return errors. Yes, result. You return a mesh entity, or you return a gen mesh error. Mesh error. Okay, so that means I get to go down here and I get to go mesh error. And I get to say chunk not generated. Chunk not generated. Error. And then we need to go chunk ID. And then we say chunk no chunk data for was no. Okay, which means that instead of just expecting here, we go okay or else no or okay or no, it's not or, it's dot okay or, and then the error condition, right? You take in E and then okay, and then the error is mesh error chunk not generated ID, and then return that. Yeah. Then I'm going to clone it. Didn't really want to. What? Why does calling clone on you? Do I have to dereference? Maybe it's chunk doesn't implement clone, so it's just cloning the reference. I don't want to do this for every chunk because this could use up a lot of memory, but it's better to grab the chunk here and then not have to dereference it all the time. Okay, assert equal. Yeah, that seems unnecessary. Okay. Match block or water continue. Okay, no. If air continue, if let block type air equals block continue. Okay, direction get direction map dot get block. Okay. For direction in iter, okay. If map.getBlock ID plus current. Okay, so it is called .id. .0. Okay. Let damn it. Okay, ID. Fuck these from neighbor again. I am terrible at this. Okay, neighbor, there it is. Okay. Neighbor equals ID dot 0 plus direction plus plus vec3 no, xyz, except it's I vec3. Okay. Okay. So impl add direction for I vec3 okay. Why are you not working? Did I not implement this? No, not noise add. std ops add. So the output type is equal to ivec3, and then adding new says match right hand side. The fuck am I doing? Up just as self dot y plus equals 1. Down as self dot y minus equals 1. Left self dot x minus equals 1. Self dot x plus equals 1. Self dot z plus equals 1. And self dot z minus equals 1. Okay. So that should allow me to just add them together like this. Why are you not liking this? Because gen chunk needs to be async. And probably public. Function gen chunk is private, but it's not because I made it not private. But the port is going kind of poorly, mostly because I forgot how the code kind of works, so I'm rewriting a lot of the terrain generation code. The biggest issue I ran into with the port is that Bevy Rapier isn't up to date, which means that I swapped to BevyEngine because that is up to date, and it's so ungodly slow in comparison to Rapier that if I just directly ported the game, it runs like at like 10 FPS with like only like 3 chunks rendered. So I'm going and redoing all the chunk generation code for no other reason than because it's kind of dodgy at the moment. And if you fly really fast or anything, you end up generating chunks that can't be generated, and it goes a bit funky. And it's just too convoluted for me to work out how it was fucking working in the first place. So we've got lots of compiler errors at the moment because I'm rewriting just everything. What do you mean? No, 2gen.iter. Also, I don't know why my Rust analyzer's not working, so like I only get errors when I actually try and compile the game, which annoys me to no end because something 2gen. Okay, wait, it's not. Okay, I guess 2gen just inserts that. As title 2gen. Somewhere I'm calling 2 connectors. So yeah. Overflow assign vector underscore. What do you mean? What do you mean fucking overflow assigning stdvec to underscore? Except you're not a vector. I think I'm pushing it to itself, which is hilarious because it's actually ID. Wait, is it ID? Mesh tasks? I guess. Yeah, again, I had it compiling before. It's only because I'm rewriting a whole bunch of stuff that it's not working. Interesting. Mesh task. Right, so we actually target the entity here. Right, so somewhere, something ready. Can mesh, okay, so okay, so does filter give me access to the key chunk data? Right, ready, map to mesh, chunk ID option entity. Well, okay, first of all, that doesn't make sense because why would you want to mesh without an entity? So okay, then we say map iter, like map to mesh, right? Keys. Okay, no, so we want to edit you, yes, and then we want to say K and V. Double reference to entity. Okay, good start, good start. All right, so I guess this is the filter, right? Okay, so I guess K can go like this. Nope, now you double reference to K. Reference to K then. All right, and then cloned. So now you're a you should be a chunk ID entity like that, and then it should be ID and target, right? But then when you insert this, which is mesh task, you should take in target, and then I don't need to give you a target here. And that means that gen mesh can just return a mesh. It doesn't expect 3. I just changed it. Oh, it does. Okay, so you don't take that anymore. You don't take that anymore. And then somewhere we'll have another error because retain contain key. Okay. So finished, and then we say you finish, push this, and then retain finished, which is just a key entity. Expected. We need to like dereference it here. Okay, so target, and then target is ID. So you don't return this. You return just the mesh. And up here we say that these are just result meshes. And then we say we pick ID, and then we set server add. Okay. So when we finish the meshing, we do that. Mesh. Okay, so we're gonna info mesh for done. This is mostly because without the Bevy editor, I will have no idea when this stuff is finished. Okay. Okay. And then same here is when we say finish, we need to be like data for ID. Done. All right. So we're going to run this and see what happens. It's going to still spit out like 18 errors. So we need to go back to chunk here and continue working on this. So we get the chunk data and we clone the chunk data. Right, we probably need to do something about getting the block from the map. Right. One thing is we probably don't want to get the block. So neighbor is ID. Okay, so what if we said it's this plus direction. Okay, so we say if we need like just a helper function. Inline always in chunk, and you take in an I guess pods, and then I vec3 and return a boolean. So then you're just going to return pos dot y is less than chunk size or and pos dot y is greater than or equal to 0. And copy x Z X Z. Okay, so that's just a quick in chunk. So we go if in chunk neighbor. I probably shouldn't have deleted all the code that the neighbor was doing. Oh no. We need to go back to here and go, what the hell were we doing if the block was in? So we need to do this. If in chunk neighbor okay, so this is all the chunk code. So we say let, okay, no, it's let be what? Neighbor equal cut. Okay. So if in chunk else, and then we say chunk chunk index neighbor dot x neighbor dot y neighbor dot z. Okay, do that, else that, and then do whatever you're going to do with that. Okay, so instead of going if map get block, okay, so if neighbor dot is transparent gen mesh direction atlas map. Okay, block dot indices either. Okay, I don't think block is block then. Gen mesh. Okay. Anyway, this one would then be how have we did this? Read this. Let chunk, but don't copy this one. We don't need to clone this one. Then we get, and then we see, so we're going to block. So we would be like, I'm going to assume that we can say ID, ID equal ID minus 0 minus or plus direction, right? Because in theory, if we go to get a chunk, if we go to get a block and it's not in our current chunk, it has to be in the chunk in the direction that we went to get it. So like if we go up a block and it's not in our chunk, then it's in the chunk above. So adding the direction to our current chunk ID should, in theory, give us the correct chunk to then reference, and then we should just be able to accept. Okay, so then we would want to do this, but we want everything the same, except we want to modulo these all by like chunk size. Because one of them The issue is we can go into -1, can't we? And I'm pretty sure -1 modulo is still -1. Anyway, that's a case where we will work that out. In chunk. It's chunk.block, isn't it? Blocks. There we go. Blocks. Okay. So we can index into our blocks, and then we say if neighbor.transparent, because our neighbor is a block type. Yep. And then say block. Yeah. Gen mesh, which is that an actual function? No. So to go back to you and work out what are you actually doing. So first off, get block, which means that somewhere block type. All right, so why don't we just swap to using that block type then, because that seems like unnecessary duplicate code there. So somewhere in here we have a block type, and we're going to go, you don't exist anymore. And then that shouldn't actually cause any compile errors, because we're down to 16, so that's a good start. Okay. I'm going to copy this, because there's obviously going to be another one of these somewhere. You see, you're saying that can't do this because unsatisfied trait collect. Okay. Cloned because one of these. Is it you? No, you implement clone and copy. So I don't fucking know why you can't call clone. Filter. Uses closure to detect if an element should yield it given an element. Closure must return true or false. Okay. Right. You need to collect into a vec underscore. I think. I don't know. Well, an error went away. Due to I don't know what your fucking problem is. Okay, so this can fuck off then. Overflow, because you don't push that, you push ID. A dereferenced ID, thank you. Okay, so start gen chunks. 2gen is just IDs. Finishing generating chunks. Okay. So terrain here, something about Q chunk to mesh, and then we just do that. Because again, we changed it so that it doesn't need that. Can't move task which is behind shared reference. Why can't? How did I do it before? Right. So it's more like we need to invert it. We need to go like let finish equal map dot mesh tasks dot values. We need to go dot iter dot retain okay, you're an iterator. Why can I not retain you? Reduce. No. Filter. Reference K, reference V. And then we need to be like, you go on the other side. Like this. This here. We say K dot no V fuck off. Undo. V dot finished is finished. Dot collect. Okay. So we do that, and then we say wait, no, we need to dot map you. Dot map. Okay. Like so. Then we say E. Okay. So now we have a hash map of finished, and then we can go iter. So we say finished. For finished. ID. Then instead of going if finished, we say we can just say let task equal map dot what are we doing? Mesh tasks dot remove ID. Okay. Dot expect dot unwrap. We're just doing unwrap for now because it's easier to debug that later. Mesh task dot cancel. Okay, so I think we should be able to do that. Right, and then we need to do the same thing up here where we need to just Alright, so it's something like this, but instead of copying that, we iterate through finished. We just say ID. Then we say let. Wait, no, this is the wrong one. Okay, so we need to go to finish and toss here. So it's U that we want to go. Get rid of that bit. Go here, go finished is equal to this, and you want to iter finished. We want to get rid of this. Then we're going to go finished ID. Then let task equal map dot mesh task dot remove. Except I don't think this is, yeah, this is a gen task. Generate task dot remove ID. partner of ID. We don't need to push finished. We then unwrap you. And then we say chunk data. Okay. It's probably going to have even more errors now. 17, yep, number of errors went up. 2gen.drain, map mutable borrowed more than once. Is empty return, but I'm not continuing to keep it borrowed. What do you mean? 2gen, yep. And so it's saying cannot borrow map mutable more than once at a time. Okay. Let task equal mem std mem swap take mute map dot generation tasks. Okay, need you to mute. And then your tasks dot insert. Okay, and then here we say dot std mem replace tut mute map map dot generate tasks with tasks. Okay, that works. Yep. Okay. Okay, so I need to do the same thing with you. This is kind of dodgy, but you know. New tar equals std mem take map dot mesh tasks mesh task. Okay, and then we say tasks dot push, and then we say std mem replace new map dot mesh tasks with tasks. Okay, there's another error gone. Hopefully, apparently not. Can't insert that because it's a reference. Okay, yep, cool. Okay, cool. So, yeah, you expected it. That, okay. What's next? Same here. We're gonna go like that. Expected a chunk ID and got vec 3. No, wait, what? Chunk data. Okay. What do you mean? Weird. I don't think vec 3 implements display either, but what do you mean? As display. Is it like this? No. Maybe this. That's the shift there. Let's try that. Now how many errors? We've got 12 errors now. Cannot move behind shared reference. Ref. Like so? Okay. I'll take your word for it. Okay, so right, and then you return self. Did you mean mesh? Yes, down here some. No, okay. Mesh. I think that's what I want. Alright, so we iterate through, and then this may not work because I believe this is going to check like the wrong spot. But anyway, neighbor.is transparent block.genmesh direction. I don't know where this texture atlas comes from. So when I pass in genmesh, we pass in the texture atlas handle, but like, what do you actually use this for? Get index. Wait, but why? Block mesh. Wait, what? Block mesh. Index position. Self read. Wait, what? What? Okay, what bullshittery is this? I think this is how we're making grass at a specific top, you know? Okay, so we need to go here and go, hey, when you generate chunk, you call gen mesh and you can... Okay. This is another one of those I don't know how it fucking works kinds of situations. Okay. So when we say start genning, that's generating chunks now. If we start genning meshes, we need to request texture atlas, which is going to be a res texture atlases. Right? No, not that one. Block texture. I would look. Alright, go here and go. What do you want? You want it's called a texture handles. Texture handle. Is that correct? Okay. And then your clone. So I can just say, hey, when you call gen mesh dot clone. Okay. And then we want this. Right. And then you only take 2 arguments apparently, but that's because you're going to take a 3rd argument. Right. And because this is an arc, it should be pretty cheap to clone, and it shouldn't ever have its data change. Okay. And then you pass in atlas map. Apparently, you're giving it a reference to it. So, reference to atlas. Hey, okay, mesh data. And then indices extend, and then this, and then if indices return raw triangle list. Okay, otherwise mesh triangle. Okay. Why not just do that anyway? You bizarre little gremlin, you. Render use, do that, thank you. Got 5 to go. What do you ID here? In this particular case, we need to go to chunk ID. Okay. Oh, we're getting close. There's like a fucking 4 errors to go. Who knows if it's going to hit fucking a wall of errors once we get through these ones. Insert indices. Indices, right? So you haven't import Bevy indices. Next error, probably the same thing. So that's that one. You're saying that you can't dereference E. Ah, yes, because it's actually called K. Thank you. I don't know how I managed to do that, but again, my fucking thing's not okay. Yep. I imported you, right? So it's not you. It's not you. Okay. Apparently, direction doesn't implement strum iter. Right. We probably need to use strums iter function, but we need to import. So the next one is this, which is mesh chunk error, which expects a chunk ID. We fixed that one. Now there's 6 errors to go. Okay. So something, move of data. Okay. Right. We clone it here. We clone it there. Well, I mean, why clone it twice? We may as well clone it there the first time. Like, clone it on each loop as the task goes through. Okay, 5 errors. So something about map is also borrowed immutably. Maybe that's why we were cloning it up there. Right, no, we need this shit to be cloned. And you were bitching about not being able to do it. Okay, so map you. ID. Okay. KV. Right. And then we go, yes, you return dereferenced K and then dereferenced V. Like that. Which returns that, which then does this, which then does that. I'll be amazed if this works once we get it compiling, but I mean, there's no reason it shouldn't. But there's just so many places for this to potentially contain an error. You need a reference. Okay. Something about reffing you. Otherwise, you take ownership. Every time I get close. So gen mesh, try wrapping the expression in. Yep, but what? Gen mesh ID chunk ID. Right. Chunk ID. Right. So somewhere dereferencing target, so insert and target here. I think we're dereferencing something that's not a reference, so that's fine. Dropped while borrowed. Fine. Don't store it. Just call dot block and return that value. You don't need to even keep it. Just do that. Now it's not dropped by borrowed. Hey, 1 error. 1 error. Which is apparently that, but no arguments were found. can I get you to please implement debug so that you can show up? No, apparently not. 2 errors now. Okay, fuck you. Still 2 errors. Conflicting implementation. Apparently you already implement debug, which makes no sense. Okay, so what are you fucking saying? One positional argument found in string, but no argument was given. What do you mean? Like this, maybe? Hey, it's compiling. So apparently we never initialized the map, which would be a good valid point. So go back to here, terrain, and we go back up to a terrain plugin. We need to go addot init resource. We add the seed. Map. Okay, and then you need default. Okay. One error. It's probably that you can't do default. No, it's because I didn't fish case it. Okay. Oh god, 8 concurrent viewers. Hello everyone. I wasn't paying attention to my viewer count. Okay, so something went wrong. It said something about raycasting. It's also like never grabbing the fucking mouse, so I don't know what I did. Obviously at some point when I disabled the fucking thing. Are we not adding the player plugin? Like player plugin? Wait, it's the camera plugin, isn't it? Cam player plugin. Right, you are running this, right? Which then, I guess we're never adding the state playing. Okay, should we just remove that and just say, I've obviously broken something in terms of like it was entering a menu and then it was entering a, entering playing, and then I've removed that so it never grabs the mouse. Hey, look, there's a chunk. Oh, we're falling. So it's never generating the chunks, which is interesting. Also, apparently it's never letting me ungrab the mouse. Oh, because again, fucking if in state playing. No, just grab cursor on update. Thank you. So this chunk here, which is our little test block, is still generating, but the actual chunks aren't. Which is somewhat expected. So now it's to track down why it's not generating them. So first thing first is, are we even actually spawning any chunks? Gen chunk test. Add chunk meshes. I don't think we're spawning the I think it's probably in here, isn't it, that we spawn the test, the map chunks or whatever. Gen start chunks is in there. So what we're going to do is not in terrain. So we need to down here we're going to go fn spawn. We need to spawn in the visible chunks. Okay. That's not hateful visible, but you know. No. Oh god. Oh, I added it to the dictionary. Oh no. Well, that's that done. Anyway, this is going to need the player query for ooh. That's an interesting question. How the hell do you know what chunks are in hide visible chunk? Gen visible chunks. I'm assuming take in the map at some point. Yep. And you ask the map if entity get some position. Could just get entity do map dot get entity. Okay. Do you have access to this information? You in fact do. Okay, so to go back to our map, we need to say you have a function, apparently. I'm learning this code as I go. Get entity. Oh. Entity, and then ID, chunk ID. Right, and this will return an entity. Right. Now the issue with this is, first off, I never set that, which is hilarious. So when we say start mesh chunk, I have mutable access to you, yes? Okay, cool. Can I, because I passed the chunk data. So where is the chunk data? Here. I don't really want to access the chunk data and mutate it if I can avoid it, but I have to, don't I? Where am I? Oh, I'm cloning it here. Okay. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? Let new chunk equals map dot chunk data dot write dot unwrap dot get. This is smashing, so that technically it should definitely exist. Unwrap, because it can't get here unless we've already generated the chunk. We need to get mute as well. Dot entity equals some target. Okay, actually we don't need to do that. We can just do that and hope that that doesn't crash. And then up here, when we say get entity, we say or you need access to yourself. Self, right? And then we say self dot chunk data. You know what? We're gonna have a different mapping because the chunks never need to know their entity. So first off, go down here, get rid of this. I don't even technically need your ID. ID to and this is going to be a hash map of chunk ID entity. Okay, like so. And then when we say get entity, we say self. Oh, you return an option. So then you just say self dot ID to entity dot get chunk ID. Like so. Right. Then when we start meshing, instead of doing this heinous abomination, we say ID to entity, and then we dot insert ID and target, like so. Why do that? Because it's easier bookkeeping than trying to fucking keep immutable access. Anyway, spawn visible chunks. So we need a query for the player, which is a transform with player. Okay. And then we need to go, we need to add access to the map. No, I don't think we need access to the, no, we do. We need access to the map because we need to get the entities. So map, which is res map. Okay, and then we go. Somehow you iterated through. Why are you complaining? Somehow you iterated through all the things in a range. So max per frame. I don't know what max per frame is doing. Okay, so player singleton, okay. Then let center equal that. Okay, so apparently I've got some kind of maximum number of fucking per frame, which is interesting. Partially because that kind of fucks shit up. I'm gonna say don't worry about max per frame. Because that will break some things, because if you try to generate more than enough. Okay. So then okay. Well, let's see if this compiles. It doesn't. There's 6 errors. Gen or update? No. Okay, so you need to not worry about that, because that should be taking care of the fact that we're spawning an entity with position, right? And position is chunk ID, which is center.x plus xy, center.y, z, and y is through 5, and then distance, and that distance. Okay. Let's see if that works. There's still 6 errors that I need to track down, but 2 gen. Okay, so that position. Okay, so if map dot get entity dot is sum, or map dot 2 gen, which is a legitimate thing, dot contains position. It's not 2 gen, it's 2 mesh. 2 mesh, right? Because if it 2 mesh is things that are going to get actually meshed, whereas 2 gen is stuff that I need to potentially mesh something. So 2 mesh is at some point going to have its mesh attached once everything is, all its dependencies are loaded, whereas 2 gen is not necessarily that case. So 2 mesh is the correct one to actually fucking access. Let's see. Yeah, we've still got 5 errors, which is even more confusing because I'm pretty sure I cleaned up at least one. Right, contains key. Contains key. Right, because I'm pretty sure 2 mesh also has the entity that it's targeting. Yep, which is kind of what we're checking. Is there an entity already? If not, add an entity to the list. Get option. Okay, so you need to be cloned, because yep, makes sense. No, in here, I need to track down errors, please. Yep, we fixed that one. Yes, we fixed that one. You're the same error again. All right, because why is it not showing all the errors? Okay, 3 previously emitted errors. I'm probably going from the fucking top. Yep. Okay, can't find Matt. Okay, Matt get atlas. Okay, so Matt was texture atlas. So a res texture. It's not texture atlas. What was it? It was something. What was it fucking called? What did you take in? What is Matt texture handles? Okay. 2 errors to go. Up, down. Okay. So commands, which doesn't exist, so we need commands, obviously. Commands like so. And the other one is that view distance does 0. I should be able to just do that because I'm pretty sure view distance is. Oh, we need. First off, we probably need to get view distance. View distance. Is a res view distance. Hey, look at that. Okay, and done. So I'm hoping that in the console it spits out a whole bunch of like, I'm generating these chunks. It did not, which depressingly means that it's not generating those chunks. God damn it. Okay. We probably want to spawn visible chunks as an actual fucking system that runs. That would help. That should be running on update. It's running on update. Oh. Now there'll be a little frame lag because we're checking to see if they can mesh, spawning them on different frames. But like 2 or 3 frame lags on the fact that it's going to take multiple frames to generate the meshes should be fine. Now, did you actually spit anything out about generating meshes? The answer is no. So can I come down here, please, and say print line spawning chunk. Pause. Why do we check? Oh, because we're checking to see if the 0th chunk exists, and then that's kind of funny. Okay, so is it spawning chunks? Yes, it is in fact spawning lots of chunks. Okay, so it's not the spawning of the chunks that's the problem. Next, we go to Q. So we need to be all like print line queuing ID. Okay, run. Are they getting queued? Yes, they're getting queued. Okay. Start. So I guess here we're gonna say print line starting generator of ID. Okay. And then it's never finishing a generation, so in theory. Okay. So in theory, it should. Well, so the only thing I can think is it's getting stuck. But in theory, I keep saying in theory, and literally not saying anything after that. It shouldn't be able to get stuck because that's what it. Oh, because we put a comma in it. Which means you're the same because you were just copy pasted. It shouldn't get stuck because it never like writes to it. But it could be getting stuck. Okay, so starting generation, which means that none of them are getting finished. So that's mesh generation. Don't give a shit because we're never getting to mesh generation. So starting generation. All right, I said meshing. Okay, cool. So we're only getting to starting generation. So that means that we're spawning this. All right. We're going to print line new chunk. Print line chunk done. And we're going to find out why you are never being freaking finished. Is it actually just getting stuck somewhere? Nope, it's spitting out chunks being done. Starting generation. So the chunks are mostly done before they've even finished fucking spawning them. Okay, but they're not spawning. So chunk done. So that would imply that this task has completed. Okay. So we go back to terrain and we go, okay. So we started this. So finishing gen. Can I print line? They should be done. Like it's actually printing the code, which means that they actually have to be done. So well, we should probably actually add these functions, shouldn't we? Yes. I think they'll give them their own line. Okay, so this is going to be in post update. Okay, in pre-update, we're going to go start gen chunks. Like, it would help if we actually added... No, we start gen chunks there. Okay. Right, which is probably why the chunks are calling that. And then we go start mesh chunks. Right. As I said, most of them are done before the first frame's even finished. So systems post update. Finish gen chunks. And finish mesh chunks. Okay. So we're just never calling finish, which is hilarious. Can you Control-C, please? Thank you. So that should, in theory, fix at least like a couple of the fucking bugs. Okay. I don't see anything, which is terrifying. I also feel like the game's frozen because I can't escape. So it's just saying finished like a lot. Okay, so it didn't really spawn anything. I didn't really look at the console in time. I need it to not print finished continuously. Please and thank you. Finished can like stop being just an infinite list. Okay. So it's said they're done. Okay. So that was the data system finished gen chunks. So the 5 starting chunks are done. All these chunks are done. All right, and I'm pretty sure all this is finished gen. Okay. Apparently the game's getting a bit sluggish now, which is interesting. Because I haven't actually done anything. So this. Okay. So it's getting to here. Which means we can stop printing that because we know it's finished. Now, the question is starting generating. Alright, we can not have you print that too. Yes, thank you. And you finished generating. The question is, why are you not... Okay. Alright. Did you... Was that a big frame lag or just... No. Okay. So you've never started the fucking meshing. Now, to start the meshing, what are we doing? We're checking to mesh. Okay. So let's print line something to mesh. First up, is there anything to mesh? Right, like you are in fact adding to mesh. Okay. Now, interestingly, so can mesh. Okay, so mesh something to mesh. Okay, so we want to print like can mesh.length. Can mesh. Map.canmesh.length. Right. Is shit actually getting put on the can mesh list? Apparently not. So when we call update, we clear can mesh, and then say if self is usable, is usable, is usable. Okay. Can mesh insert self. Okay, and then is usable. Okay. Has data. Alright, are we ever adding anything to has data? That could be an interesting. Yeah, okay. So when we add a chunk, we should probably go fn add chunk. That would help, right? So we need mute self and chunk, which is a chunk, and ID, which is a chunk ID. Right, like this, and then we go end, and we go self dot chunk data dot right dot dot block right no, dot unwrap dot insert ID chunk self new self dot has data dot insert ID. Right, so now we've set that, and we probably should do fn remove chunk self ID chunk ID, and then just self dot chunk data dot right dot unwrap dot remove ID and self dot has data dot remove ID. We should also probably go self dot entity remove ID, because in theory, if you're at this point, just make this a reference. If you remove the data, you should remove the linked entity. Shouldn't be calling this unless you're despawning the entity, but that's a different story. So then we need to go everywhere I use chunk data. Here. Yes. Hello. Map.addChunk. Thank you. Anywhere else I use map data? I clone it, but that's not the same thing. Okay, cool. I'm just going to go with that. Never remove an entity, and you don't have a problem. So you know, it's a good approach to have. You know. Can mesh is still 0 all the fucking time. Now, why is can mesh still fucking 0 all the goddamn time? So we added a chunk. So now I need to do this. And we go like, okay. So map dot chunk data dot len dot read dot len dot unwrap dot len. Okay, so we need to print that out. Right. So we're going to print out how many chunks we have. Okay, 300 chunks. I don't know why there's so many, but we have 300 chunks. Now, for some reason, update chunk. So we clear it. Okay. Wait. Does it ever? I'm guessing 2gen is... It's 2 mesh, isn't it? Because 2gen becomes empty after a while. No, okay. Keys. We don't give a shit about anything else. See, it's because I was 2genning and then I was clearing 2gen and then it was... Well, we panicked. No, that's an underflow. And is there, but the indexes are a very fucking big number. Radio, I know where that is. Anyway, I've got to go find where it's printing a bunch of shit and remove that though, because I don't want to just fucking spamming shit. Can mesh is a certain length, and then it was when we were like updating can mesh. Yeah, we don't need this anymore either. So something index out of bounds, which is when I generate a mesh. In here, when I generate a mesh, I don't check to see if these numbers are below 0. That's not you. That's when we generate a chunk. When we generate a mesh, here, the neighbor here, we say if is in chunk. We don't need to check that one because if it's in a chunk, it has to, by definition, be the right value. If neighbor, we should probably make umut. Okay, so ID is ID plus direction. Get the ID. Okay, so if any idea dot x dot y is greater is less than 0, neighbor dot y plus equals 16 chunk size. Okay. Then we need to just repeat that. X. Good. In theory, we can make it slightly more efficient by saying else if, because technically it's not actually possible for more than one of them be out of range because we only increment in one direction. And then we just modify it. And then we modulate by chunk size, which is just incorrect. Well, it's not, because technically it's possible for it to be greater than... Like, it could be 17, and then it could be 16. Well, I saw a chunk. I saw it, they're blinking into existence. So, mesh... no chunk data for 0 was found. Why are you generating chunks over and over and over and over and over and over? Why do you not stop? Like, that's the issue, right? I saw chunks blinking into existence, which means it's just not stopping. It's kind of insane. So good to, no, it's not right. It's here. When you start gen, finish genning. we'll get the chunk. Okay, no, so finish the meshing. When we finish the meshing, we get the chunk, and then we insert the mesh 3D. Now, is something touching the fucking... I'm probably calling spawn up spawn start chunk. Yeah, on update. Yeah, that's not how that is supposed to fuck. No, spawn visible chunks. That's correct. Okay, spawning visible chunks. So get entity. Right. And so get entity should return. Alright. Why are you spawning so goddamn many chunks? I'm not moving, so I'm falling though. Fine. Adding to spawn. Okay, so outside of the fact that I'm constantly falling, is it adding? It's not adding more to spawn chunks, is it? Adding. So it's not printing spawn chunks. Something's causing it to constantly be adding. So the same chunk is definitely getting triggered more than once. Mesh for done. Okay, so look in the code for mesh for done. All right, so we are removing you. Mesh task remove. So am I never removing it from to mesh when I start? To mesh. Do I never drain? So can mesh. Okay, so I think it's here. We need to say map dot to mesh dot remove dot retain I think it's something like KV, and then we say ready dot contains okay, right, something like that. Retain, where if takes in key and value. Okay, so I think it's like this. Yeah, okay, and then contains key, so we don't get rid of you. There we go. Contains key, except we retain not containing key. So I think what we're doing is we're leaving them in the set, like to mesh is not getting emptied. And then does that mean that to gen is also doing that? Probably. No, because we drain all of to gen. It's only to mesh that we actually have to check to see if it's valid to be generated yet. It probably needs some kind of checker as well to make sure that you can't unload things. Mesh type. Right. Fine. We may as well just go with the inefficient response of being like... Wait, what? Okay, so starting meshing, we do this, we say this, we say map dot to mesh dot remove ID. Hey. Well, it's got no collision. And in theory, when I go underground, they should be all invisible because they should all check. As I move this way, is it going to spawn more? It is, it is. Okay, cool, cool. There's apparently also like no lighting, but I think that's more of a issue. Okay, do you keep spitting out something about an error, no chunk data, or 0 was found? Weird. Okay, very quick. It's also like very hideous to look at. So I also don't think I'm putting normals on anything. We'll be right. We'll be right. So to make it slightly more interesting, what we can do is in our chunk generation, we can go. When I generate a chunk, I know what the height is here. So we say if height's 0, if current is less than height. So you want to go down here and go else if y no, height minus y. If the height minus the y is less than 3, nope. I think it's less than 3. Is that correct? I feel like this is either going to make the height minus the y. So if the height's 64 and minus 0, it's going to be 64. Yeah, okay. So I think we want block type grass. No, dirt. Right? Top 3 blocks of dirt, and then if else if height equals y, block type grass. All right. So one other thing we need to do is probably go to where we're generating our noise and give it like more amplitude, maybe. Is it queuing chunks? No, it's when we start generating chunks here. All right, so we should probably put our noise inside of our map. It's more like we need a map descriptor. So terrain, we need to go like struct map. Okay, map descriptor noise, which is going to be okay, and this is a resource derive. Okay. We need it to be this, please. Like so. Like so. And seed can probably stay at its own fucking thing. Actually, no, we'll put seed. And that's a U64 and RNG. Rand RNGs, std RNG, and then we're going to import from world for map descriptor, and then that noise equal that. Okay, no, yeah, that'll do. So we need to be like if let seed equal world dot resource get resource seed dot unwrap or 3. I don't know why I'm going with the default seed of 3, but that's what we will do. Seed 3 dot 0. There you go. Then we do seed this, seed that, and then we go like RNG equal same concept. And then we say let world no, map descriptor noise. Actually, maybe don't give it the seed. We'll then make it dynamically update with the seed if the seed's ever changed. RNG. So then we come down here and we say hello. We need those two, please. Yeah, cool. So I think it's frequency. So I want the frequency to be like higher, I think, and then we want noise dot blacken it. There's a persistence of a higher value. Noise dot octaves dot 5 equals 4. I think. I don't know what the default is. Yes, I don't want too many because it slows down the sampling rate. So get rid of RNG then, and then we need to get not the seed, but the world, which is just going to be res world map descriptor, right? And then we say you get map world.noise.clone world.rng.clone okay, cool. So it should be noisier now. I'm not sure. We still got fucking errors to clean up. Okay, so you're U64. Yep. Okay. I don't know why it's complaining. Because we're calling .0 when it's actually not .0 anymore, because we just extract the seed. Okay, let's see what happens. Added spawn chunks, okay. So I broke something. We're not initializing the world chunk, are we? .init resource map descriptor. Okay. Hey, there we go. Now confusingly, it's not spawning grass like it's supposed to. It's still just spawning dirt, or just stone. Now, that implies that I probably fucked that up and gone the wrong way. Well, it doesn't... No, wait, what? Am I returning early at some point? Shouldn't be. Okay, so in chunk here, do we just not save it? No, we saved it. So, when I say new chunk, we generate 2 random numbers to use for something. I have no idea what. Okay. So first off, you should go chunk chunk index XYZ. Okay. If current height equals 0, then you're bedrock. at bedrock. So else if height equals y, grass. If height minus y is less than 3, dirt. This should be doing that. Like, at the very least, height should equal y. Oh, no, it's not. It's not y, it's current height. Because it's always going to be less than 16. That current height, which is chunk y. Okay. If current height equals 0, if current height equals height, if height minus current height is less than 3, something went terribly wrong. That is worrying. Well, apparently it generated them. They've just... I don't understand, because I didn't change anything that should have messed with that particular piece of code. No data for 0 found. Like, what did I change? Okay. So it's all stone now. And then we say if current height equals y, which should only proc on exactly one layer, so it should not break anything else. Now, weirdly, it doesn't actually seem to be doing what it's supposed to be doing. No, because I said if current height equals y, it's if height equals... If current height equals height. Okay. So the thing could be is it may not be working on grass, like grass may be broken, and therefore when it renders a layer of grass, it just doesn't render anything. Oh, grass works. Now we need to make more extreme terrain so that we can check that stone is still working underneath. So more extreme terrain is go to terrain, go up here and say persistence, frequency. Is that like a frequency of 1? Does it tell me? Number of cycles per unit length that noise function outputs. A frequency of 1.1, is that going to make really noisy noise? Who knows? It is going to make really noisy noise. Persistence. Multiply that dimension, how quickly the amplitude diminishes from each successive octave. Noise. The amplitude for each successive octave is equal to the product of the previous octave amplitude and the persistence value. Okay, so if we said like a persistence of 0.1, that should mean that like very little noise travels between layers. Does that smooth it out? Does that amplify it? I think that smoothed it out again. Okay, so that kind of implies we want like a really big, but we want a frequency of like 0.5. We want a lot of persistence because we want the waviness to stay around for a long time, but we don't want the fuck, we got floating islands. Well, that's really interesting because I don't actually have any fucking idea how the... because if it dips to near 0. Okay. So first off, go to our chunk generation and fix this piece of code. Current height minus y. No, it's if height minus current height is less than 3. That should be grass. Dirt. Okay. Why does that not work? Are you panicking on a fucking underflow? Like, what the hell? Like, because what makes it even more confusing is the fact that dirt worked. Like, clearly dirt worked. What about current height minus... height is less than 3? That should be just mostly always dirt. Yes, that's dirt unless it's grass. So it is definitely the other way around. So height minus current height. Why does this not work? I don't get it. Like, I really don't understand. If height minus current height is greater than 3... now it's the opposite. Weird. So I definitely know the right way around. It's current height. It's current height minus height. Does this work? We're also using very inefficient shading, like rendering code, which like rendering medians are fucking trash. Well, the answer is no, and also you're rendering backwards. Oh, it's because we're inside, so it's mostly dirt, except where this. Okay, so definitely want to flip that around. All right. Current height minus height is less than 3. Again, backwards. So that's so confusing. The fuck. So height minus current height is less than 3. Yeah, I suspect what's happening is that it's all turning to dirt. Like, it's just solid. There's never a chance to be air. That would imply if I flew it really high, I should see the top. Nope. So height. So let's say the height was 64 minus the current height. Okay. I don't get why this is not working. Current height. So that's definitely not right. Alright. First off, height minus current height is less than 3. Can you print me out what the fuck this value is? It should never print a value like... Well, one, it's probably spamming a whole lot. Okay. Spamming a lot of negative numbers. Wait, is it always going to be a negative number? No. And height minus current height is greater than 0. Does that work? Like, confining the bounds a little bit? Well, it's only ever returning the value of 2 and 1. Hey, okay. So I guess I just needed to confine it because for some reason it was filling everything with air. Right, and then I wouldn't see the top because I'm technically... No, I'm just... I think I'm not rendering the side if it's fucking... I should still be getting it. Should be unwrapping all air. Anyway. At the moment we have 2 blocks of dirt. I think Minecraft has 3 blocks of dirt. So less than 4. That does mean that my map generation code doesn't generate the top of a chunk properly. So when I generate the mesh, I think I check to see if is in chunk, neighbor is transparent. So how do we get this neighbor? We go like this and we say read unwrap dot. I'm worried that this will crash if we try to read a chunk that's outside of the... Wait a second. Does that imply you're generating chunks that you're not supposed to be generating? If id dot y is greater than 4, panic. You should not be generating chunks greater than 4. It is apparently not. Or if id dot y is less than 0. Also, panic. Why are you not working? Expected block. Oh, that's not if. Oh, an idiot. Okay, so we are definitely generating Ys that we are not supposed to be generating, but somehow you're getting access to them, which implies someone is putting them in the fucking list to be generated. So when I call get chunk here, when I say get, when I call get chunk and then we take in self and ID, which is a chunk ID, we're going to return an option. No, let's just always return a chunk. Right, you'll always return a chunk. But if id dot y is greater than 4 or id dot y is less than 0, return chunk, else no, wait. Self dot chunk data dot. Right, so it's more like chunk data needs this. So we need to go copy that, and then we need to say we need a new struct chunk data. So struct chunk data. And this is going to hold an arc. What is it? It's arc rw lock hash map chunk ID chunk. Right, like so. Then we import chunk data. Okay, so we're going to say fn get, which is going to take in self and return a chunk ID. It takes an ID and chunk ID. All right, and then you return chunk ID. And you return a reference to a chunk. Right. So if I we paste in this now, paste in this self.0.get read.unwrap.get reference to ID unwrap or chunk. I think we're going to go chunk. You just hold data now. It seems needlessly redundant for you to keep a track of your ID when everything wants to request you by ID. Like, you don't actually need to know anything. I think originally I was using that because like it was like you'd say on the chunk generate, so it needed to know its ID so that it could get reference to its other ones, but now it's like you just pass in the ID and then you literally look up what chunk you're getting. So we're gonna block type and by chunk volume. Can I say like const blank empty? I don't know why I'm saving a tiny bit of memory, but and you equal block type air by chunk volume. Right, see, field is private. Fuck off. You should have access to the private field. Great. Actually, no, it's more like pub super. You have access to it, but nobody else does. Because I don't want to be accessing random blocks. And then you give a reference to chunk data. Empty. And you also give a reference to chunk data. Empty. Really, it makes more sense for this to be under chunk. So we're going to make you private again. And when we import chunk, we're going to say we have an empty. And then this is just going to be chunk. Empty. Okay, apparently pub. Okay. Pub const chunk. Okay. And then you're also referencing chunk. Empty. All right. So you either get it or you return an empty. If the value is too high or too low, you return an empty. Okay, so then this is if we say get chunk and then we say self dot chunk data dot get ID. Apparently we're going with the passing by reference approach. And then we go up here and we say hello. This is no longer here. This is chunk data. Thank you. And chunk data derives default. Thank you. So then when I run this, it'll tell me all the places I'm accessing it because I've removed it. So here, instead of returning a value referencing data owned by the current function. Right. You can't do that because you own the lock. Wow, that's a pain in the ass. and you return the right lock guard. No, the fuck. Read lock. Okay. You need to return like that. And then you need to be like G equals get the guard. And then you return G and G dot get dodgy. And you return well, you think you can fucking lock it anyway, even if you're not returning. And then you return this is probably not going to work. G. Yeah, now I've got 9 errors, so that's not really going to work. Fine. You know, take one level of abstraction back out, and then we say you just say self.0 get there it is. There you go. Will you return this? Like that. There we go. Okay, so now we're back to tracking down all the places where we were directly accessing this data, and we're going, no. You cannot do that anymore. So you need to probably need a fn set, which needs mute self, ID, chunk ID, and data, which is a chunk. Okay, and then you say self.0.insert ID and data. Now, nothing really should be touching that, but so first things first, this task here takes in a read-write lock to a chunk data. So, and then you returning honky signature because I forgot to change you back. Like that. So now you return a chunk correctly, like you're supposed to. Yep. Okay, so you say chunk data dot remove, I guess. Remove, which takes in self and ID, chunk ID, and then says self.0.remove ID. So you work exactly the same. You just call that okay. So that should fix that. So somewhere we call insert, which is not insert, it's add set. Okay. Okay, so for some reason, okay, because removed, fine, for the sake of fucking consistent typing. Okay, but apparently didn't fix the error. I'm probably because I'm double referencing it now, which then it in turn adds its own error. Up. Okay, so get equals chunk data dot read dot unwrap Right. As you size. Right. So you're guaranteed to return a chunk, which is kind of hilarious. Now, I'm still have you panicking because nothing. So when I insert neighbors, okay, when I queuing them shouldn't matter because I should be allowed to queue an invalid thing. If you're less than 0, if you're greater than 0, right? Now that's kind of the issue I think I'm running into, isn't it? Something's fucking putting the wrong values in. So we go main, we go terrain. So when I do spawn visible chunks, right? At some point I like collapse the player's position, yep. And I iterate through 0 to... I need to know why. Start meshing chunks. That's all fine. That's all fine. It's something like chunks, get chunk data, yep. Okay, so set. I want you to panic. If y less than 0, panic. This is a better spot for the panic because it means that it's only actually if there would be data in the wrong spot. Anyway, we need to go to when we chunk. Get rid of this. Don't panic if it's checking the wrong spot. So unwrap.get chunk ID block index. Okay. That should now return error if the map's full. Turns a reference to data owned by the current function. Okay. So where's this? You don't do that. This is infallible now. I'm gonna say try. Oh, no. I need to implement a try get. This returns an option to a reference the chunk. Okay, and then that just goes back to the good old do that. Right, save that, go back to wherever we're doing that change. So you'll not get your try get. Because I do want to print out errors if you try to get a chunk that's not fucking generated. Only if the neighbor's not loaded that I don't care. Hey-oh, 1 error to go. Why? What are you saying? You can't... Okay, or... Okay. No method. Try get. Right. Or... Nope. Some. Or else. No, it needs to return an a fucking result. Yeah. Okay, or... Okay, why are you saying that? Okay, or doesn't exist. Excuse me? Am I like misunderstanding something here? Well, first off, you're saying come from Y in scope. Yeah, because it's id.y. Which means that the thing that it was complaining about was not actually the error that I was looking for. That's hilarious. Stupid on my behalf. Okay, you gonna work now? Yes, you are. Okay, so that in theory means that when I go back to dirt here, we go back to the chunk. Then, if I break this again, we go chunk, go chunk generation, and we say, hey, greater than 100. Less than 0. Well, that's just never going to be true. Okay, no, it can be less than 4 and less than 0. Okay. Yeah, there we go. It was just filling the whole thing with dirt because I was checking to see if the top cell was dirt. Well, I was checking the top for some reason. It was finding cells that it shouldn't have. I still suspect you're adding chunks that you shouldn't be adding. They're also never disappearing, which is kind of hilarious. Okay, so we'll just set that back to less than 0. Well, greater than 0. What was I doing to terrain? Go up to... Right, we're panicking. I want to say when we queue a chunk, and so 2gen. So I want to go like add neighbor. There's something clearly at some point. Add chunk. If id.0 is greater than 4, panic. Dot y is greater than 4, panic. Or id.y is less than 0. I don't know what's causing it, because it shouldn't have been working. It should have been crashing. Maybe that's why it was returning an error. Right, because it's no longer doing that can't find 0. So it's possible that it was just returning an error and that's why they weren't rendering. Okay. It surprisingly efficient. Like, this is not at all optimized mesh generation. Every single one of these voxels is like it's obviously got backface culling, right? Like that's happening, but like every single cube is still a cube. There's no marching cubes, no greedy meshing of any kind to try and reduce the number of meshes, which is like utterly hilarious that this is so performant. Like, it takes a while to generate, but like I'm still getting 60 FPS. I can tell because it's down here, it's saying 16, which is 60 FPS, 60 milliseconds. So like it can render all this with just absolutely insane. It obviously slows to a fucking crawl when I'm adding. Oh, not the vector given to. That's hilarious. We have reached a floating point error, like a rounding error. So this is part of the frame drops are because it's literally queuing so many. It's not actually that it's taking that long to render them, because that's done asynchronously. It's literally that it's so many are getting queued that it's slowing down to queue them, which is why it slows down so much when I add more, is because that's actually done like in a single frame, whereas like I physically can't move fast enough for it to render too many. So hilariously, somewhere it'll tick and tell me what my fucking FPS is. So we went at 19 milliseconds, so we're still like well above 30 FPS. Something is not liking this. It's too many vectors. What we can conclude is that I am not going to run into triangle issues with Bevy. Like, Bevy is amazingly performant for some goddamn reason when rendering just millions of voxels like this. Like, I'm not optimizing this mesh in any way. Does full screening it make it worse? No. Like, it's a little choppy, but that's more the way my movement system is working, because I'm using like a physics-based movement system, so it feels sluggish, but that's actually kind of by design. I should probably be changing your velocity, not your impulse, though, because, like... Possibly, but, like... The issue with a lot of the times with, like, lots of meshes isn't that they don't get batched, because, like, I've done it before. Like, it could be that, again, chunking really optimizes things just because it's only so many entities that are rendering. But, like, it can't instantiate anything because, like, basically every single mesh is going to be unique to a certain extent. Like, obviously, a lot of the ones under the ground are invisible, but there's also very few fully underground chunks that don't render anything. So, like, each of these has to be its own mesh. So it can't be that it's, like... doing some kind of fancy instancing on the GPU, which means that all it's doing is potentially batching, right? But that still is amazingly performant, considering that most of the time, like if you tried to render these as individual cubes in something like Unity, it would die. Though, depressingly, if as soon as I add physics to them, that'll kill the game. Like, it can barely render like a few chunks with physics, which is to do with the fact that the physics engine is tied into the ECS and all the physics stuff is done like while nothing else can happen. This is this fucking floating point error. Right. Well, probably not the best idea to leave panics in the code, but I'm going to, because if I hit them, I'm going to also say, or if y is greater than 4. Okay. So one thing, we should probably go to our terrain and like try and make a normal looking terrain again. So this is open simplex and we're sampling it. Okay. Okay. So Octus 3, we probably want maybe 0.5 and a lower frequency of maybe 0.2. I should probably add something that lets me like customize this at runtime so I don't have to keep rebuilding to do it. But Bevy editor, please, not up to date. Okay. That's looking good, looking good, looking good. The question is, it's voxel terrain. Do I just run my own, like, just ad hoc of fucking physics engine? Because it's not like it's going to be hard to throw a physics engine in. I'll give it a go. So, first thing we probably want to do is take the dynamic body off of the fucking player. So, player... spawn player, we want to turn this to statics, just so that I'm not trying to fight the physics engine. Like, the built-in physics engine. So, we're going to go with our own custom voxel-based physics engine, I guess. So, gravity. Now, this may not work very well because we're going to need access to something that's going to be mutable sometimes, but locked sometimes. So, we're going to say, access to map, please. Access to player. We don't want the fucking player camera transform. We need it to be mutable as well. Okay. So, what we do is we go... let player mute player equal players.single. We'll single mute because otherwise it's not mutable. Mute. Okay. So we need time as well. Time. There's time. Whoop. Okay. So we need to borrow immutable. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to say let next equal player dot translation minus equal vec3 y times by negative 9.8. It's gravity 9.8 times time dot delta seconds. Okay, so that's our player's next position, and then we say map dot get underscore block, right? And then we're going to say next dot as vec3. And then if okay, if dot is solid, is solid, we say not solid, and we say player dot translation equals next. So this could in theory end up with a slight bit of jitter as we fall down, because in theory you can get stuck like 1 frame height above the ground and then have a slightly faster tick of delta time and then move slightly further down, but it should be so unnoticeable because delta time is going to be 1/64 of a second, and so the amount that you would fall in 1/64 of a second. Gravity should also work as like a velocity instead, but we're not simulating real gravity here. We're just moving the player down constantly unless they're near the ground. We've got to get this working, I guess. So that doesn't have anything yet. The map, so we need to have a function called getBlock. GetBlock. Itself. You should probably take in a vec3. Vec3, like so. And then return a block rather than an I vec3. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I vec3. Block. Okay, so we then return a block type. So we say let chunk equal block dot divided by chunk size, right? Then we say let chunk equal self dot chunk data dot dot read dot unwrap dot get chunk. Kind of feel like okay, get that should return us a chunk that we can access, and then we say chunk dot. So we need to say let I guess it's block modulo equals okay modulo block minus equals chunk times ID. I don't know, chunk times block size. Chunk size. All right. So block minus equals. So that should be the remainder. And then we can say chunk dot get block dot x block dot y block dot z. And then we return that and we say chunk dot get block. Do you By any chance not crash? Yeah, no. So dot get chunk index dot unwrap for block type air. Wait, no, you don't return a fucking reference. Just clone the fucker. Not cloned. You copied? There we go. Copied. Okay. So you either get the block or you return air. Now the question is, if you pass in a negative number, is it going to work? Who knows? I don't know. Get block is solid. Well, it's definitely a thing that you can do. Right. As IVEC, get block expects an IVEC. Why are you not working? Oh, because get block is private. Okay. So get the chunk. So if the chunk is -1 and we subtract negative, does that work? I don't know. If I guess we should put a fucking test. I don't actually know. But get block doesn't need mutable access. Why have I made it mutable? Okay. Kind of unsure if this is going to work. Something's not working. Read doesn't need mutable access to self. Temporary value. Yes, B. What? Yes, but you... Can I just not get block then, you little shit? Block.x, block.y. I have no idea if this is going to work. I have a vague feeling it's not because the offset's going to be wrong, but expected a semicolon, yeah, because that chunk, we don't care about letting the chunk anymore. We're just going to return the block type. You know, work now? Cool. We no longer hold the temporary value. Ayo. Okay. Well, that worked. Except now it thinks that I'm standing on something solid. Why do you think I'm standing on something solid? So you read the chunk by chunk ID. Okay, so we're going to just print line. Well, actually, you don't think I'm standing on something solid. Never mind. I never added gravity to the fucking game. We're going to go to player controller. We're going to go up here. We're going to say dot add systems update add gravity. Yeah, helps if you add the systems to your game if you want them to run, you know. So if I don't start falling, it implies that I'm pulling a fucking solid block. The odds are that I'm going to fall straight through the ground. What the worst case scenario is oh, first off, I'm falling upwards, so that's a good start. Oh, because I'm... Okay. Add negative. Okay. Falling upwards, it's a good start. Okay, so I'm falling down. Good start, good start. Worst case scenario, which didn't happen, would have been if I had hit the ground somewhere that's not where I'm standing. Now, we probably want to render the player. So render player. Now, we are taking the player's feet, I believe, and the camera is 2.7 above that. So, anyway, gizmo. Gizmos. Gizmo. Like so. Then we also need the fucking player. So we should probably add. We can use the no-clip fly. That should work. So player. So we want the transform with player. Then we go down here. We say let player equal players.get. Oh no, got single. Then we're going to say gizmos dot it's cube. Translation is we need your global transform. It doesn't matter, you're free floating. I don't give a shit if it's proper adequate or not. Player dot translation. What do you want? Can I just give you the player's translation? No. Each frame. Okay, yeah, but how do I specify the cube's color? That's right. Okay. So let t equal player dot width scale vec3 no. I want it to be 1 wide, 2 tall, and 1. Okay, cool. Now, and then we put some T, and we're going to say that your color is color sRGB red is 1, 0, and 1. Nice magenta cuboid. Can't mutate you. Yes, must mute gizmos. Okay, so I have no idea if that's going to work. We should actually probably add that, to the code. Yeah, we're going to want to go. Yeah, we're not going to. App.add system update render player collider. We need this to be config debug assertions. Okay, cool. Of course, it's not going to be rendering anything because I didn't add it before I started the game. So if I hit F12, I'm sure I can move around. Okay. So that collider is very clearly not on top of that anymore. So why am I not falling down? Yeah. So that's definitely not working. So I'm falling down. Okay. So this chunk, yeah, so it's the worst case scenario where it's misaligned. So first off, the gizmo is not where I want it to be. One thing. So kind of hilarious, but so the gizmo needs to be up 1, which I kind of expected. So I guess it's let mute t. And then we say t dot translation dot y plus equals 1. Okay. So next, gravity. So let's copy this, except we're going to replace player. Well, we're going to keep player and time and everything. We're going to just go, we need gizmos as well. So when I say render gravity, which is going to be called render gravity. Okay. It's a terrible name for it because that's not at all what it's doing. Okay, so first off, we need to render next. Okay, so we need to gizmo cuboid like this, except gizmo just gets next. Right? So we just pass in next, because next, well, probably not as a vec3, but that's fine. That's fine. Unless it complains, in which case we're going to make it also blue. Blue is next. Okay, so we then also need to render. So what do? We say, wait, dot as ivec3. So that's where I'm telling it to hit. And then we need to go chunk. When I call get block, we do some fancy shit like this. Where's that player control? So we say next, right? We may as well convert it to an ivec3 here. But as ivec3, right? Then we'll paste this. We're going to say chunk equals next divided by chunk size, which we're going to need to bring in. I'm going to qualify it. So, all right, and then we're going to say block let block equal block chunk. You are equal to you're equal to next minus this. Okay, so why are you not working as an ivec3? Right, because I'm supposed to be doing that as ivec3. Okay, so we need to render next chunk, which I guess chunk needs to be let c equal transform from scale vec3 splat chunk size as f32 like that, dot with translation chunk. Okay, I feel like that might be wrong because I think I'm offsetting the chunk slightly, so that may not actually be rendering around the chunk correctly, but we'll see. So then we want to go chunk is going to be green, just because AABB bounding boxes for some reason default to green on the debug of Rapier, so that's what I'm used to. So we have the blue cube where we're going, and then there's going to be a red cube where it's actually testing. A red cube will be the actual chunk, like the actual block that it gets, which is going to be block. You don't need to keep calling as ivec3. That's kind of hilarious. So you pass in, I guess, C. And then I'll see if this renders. It may not, because it's going to probably tell me that they're wrong. Yeah, okay. So C is that with translation dot as vec3. Let b equal transform from translation block dot to as vec3, right? And then let t equal next dot equal translation from from translation and that's next dot as vec3. Okay, so then we want this to be T, and this one is B. All right. So first off, we want to make sure that our target and our block are the same. Something's going wrong. Oh god, cough, cough, cough. So next, where's next is not vec3. Okay, don't do that then. We just need to go next dot as vec3. And you also dot as vec3. Okay, cool. So there's still one error, which is probably to do with block not getting converted correctly. I don't know. Find the error, please. Up, 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 up. First off, look at what error. Okay, as vec3. So next, apparently, oh, next is already a vec3. Except you are supposed to be next dot as vec3. Oh, right. Dot as vec3. Dot as vec3. I think that's just called rounding. Actually, no, it's not rounding, it's flooring. But anyway, it's fine. Fine. We're just being lazy as we debug code. We're writing our own custom fucking collider. Okay. So, interesting is that I can't. Did it again, didn't I? Render player collider. Render gravity. Okay, now it should be rendering. Now, first off, we have a weird blue square directly below us, which is exactly what we want. Which is correct. Correct. Somehow that square, which is the correct block, is not rendering correctly. Also, for some reason I can't fly up. Now, you are hitting the right block. No, the blue is where we are checking, isn't it? Which is as soon as this pink thing is no longer touching it. Now, you annoyingly should be rounding because you're almost always the blue that's away. Also, I have a suspicion that gravity only works when the blue square is touching ground. Hence, it feels like it's actually backwards. So I can fly, but as soon as my flying touches the ground. So if I fly up here. No? Okay, weird. First off, where is the big green rectangle? Why can I not see it? Okay, so first off, for some reason the chunk is... Oh, because we need to change its translation and multiply back up. Okay, so... times... chunk times chunk size. Okay. Because it's that to get the correct position of the chunk. And then block correctly should be... Alright. So you're rendering around me. Now the question is more of a like... So that's definitely incorrect. Because you're over there. Now you're over there. Now, is it getting further and further away from me? Or is it just... You should always be around me, which is annoying. But you're not, which is really fucking annoying. So, we definitely need to subtract like a half. Or something. So, first up, I feel like next, we should dot round. I feel like rounding is actually the wrong thing to do though, because technically we always want it to be the block below, and rounding could make it round up. Well, for some reason I can't move. So one thing, it definitely shouldn't be rounded on all axes. So what if we said x dot, well, we're going to say like let y equal next dot y dot floor, and then okay, so next dot y equals, and then we say next so then we say next dot round. Okay, and again, so just next equals next dot round. Right, if I do that, that should floor the choice being the block below me, but still allowing. So it's always the block below me, but it's much more accurately actually the block that I'm standing on. Okay. Technically, I should probably cast 4 rays from the corners, but you know, that's fine. Okay. All right. So now to work out why the bounding box is not in the correct spot. So I think you run into the same issue. That chunk needs to be like half a size bigger. So it's like next. So the chunk is U as IVEC divided by chunk size. So that seems correct, right? Because 16 should be in the next chunk over 0, and then 1. The issue is that -1. Okay. I probably have code that I've already written for this because I remember seeing something in here about block ID. Block ID. Somewhere in this code base there's something called block ID, and I'm sure. Okay, apparently not. There is a thing called block ID, and a block ID. So a new block ID just does this, just wraps it. Okay. Okay. So get. That's terribly inefficient code. Chunk ID from block ID. So it's apparently vec8 plus less than 0 divided by chunk minus. Okay. So kind of implies that if we go here and we said let next equal u, and then we say let block equal block ID from translation. So we pass in next. You just round, which fair enough. Okay. So kind of like we want a -1 from the block ID, but anyway. Where the fuck was that player controller? So we say block is equal to block ID, and then we say chunk is equal to block dot into where you're a chunk ID. And then we say C is, can I convert you back? Do you have like a from vec3? If this seems wrong. Neighbors subtract add equal block ID. I think chunk ID is wrong. Okay, let's go. When we go to prepare visible chunks or whatever it is, let's just spawn a single chunk. Spawn visible chunks. Let's just say if z does not equal 0 and y and x does not equal 0 or x does not equal 0, return. No, don't return, continue. Okay, and then we'll generate the 5 chunks above. Why is this not working? Did I break something? I probably broke something. Right, I didn't like fix this. So can I get access to you? To vec3, okay. And then chunk here is just chunk, so splat that from scale. Okay, yeah, chunk with translation, which is chunk times chunk size. I don't think that's going to work, but yeah, I suspect it's that we need to get chunk ID. I can add. Okay. So somehow I need to get the chunk ID back out. So we're going to go here, chunk ID, and then we're going to go something like dot as vec3 times chunk size. I don't think that's correct though. Okay, you're also right. Times chunk size. Dot as vec3. Is that gonna work? I don't think so. No, because it's trying to multiply you as vec3 times u as f32. Okay. Now, hopefully the green fucking chunk indicator will indicate whenever I'm in the right chunk. Right. So F12 it. What is stopping me from moving? I really need to turn. First off, turn gravity off. You also should not be updating the fucking player's position. You're just for rendering gravity. Your job is not to doubly update the player's position, which I think might be what's making me stuck to the ground. Now there should be nothing moving my transform when I hit F12. Okay. So, you're definitely in the wrong fucking spot. You are also rendering shit that you shouldn't be rendering, because how is fucking X and Z not equal to 0? Anyway. So you need to be offsetting by a half. My guess is that visually we are not in the same place. So I reckon what we do is we go Something's not normalizing correctly. That's fun. Block ID. No, we want chunk ID. We want to implement const from let's not do that. To translation. Okay. This is going to take in self and return a vec3. Okay, so I suspect it's just going to be self, or just vec3, where the x is self.x as f32 times by chunk chunk size. More like u as times chunk size, and then it's gonna be like plus a half chunk size plus chunk size divided by 2 as f32. Okay, then we just want to copy this down and paste it on each layer except replacing this value with the correct one. Okay. So, is that going to put them in the right spot? Probably not. I don't think so. So we want to say chunk dot do translation. So in theory, when we're like standing in a specific block, it should then render the green square around that specific block. Anyway, why are you saying? Because apparently you don't implement deref. No, you do implement deref. I cannot call okay, dot the 0. There we go. Apparently deref is conditional. Can't be running const. Okay. So that seems wrong, but also kind of right. Anyway, so the feet are definitely in that chunk, maybe? I don't know. Is this the right chunk? I feel like you're like half a block out. Yeah, definitely half a block out. But which direction? I think we need to be plus a half. Plus, maybe minus 0.5? Minus 0.5? Minus 0.5? You're like literally half a block out. Okay. So that would imply, by looking at that, that as soon as you... Okay. 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 Right. Okay. So that green square now rendering in the right location if the blue square is to be believed. Right, because you travel at least one block lower. There you go. Okay. Cool. So if the blue square is my block, right? Okay. So you are not in the right spot. It's actually probably what's wrong with it. Oh no, don't be poking shit. So spawn visible chunks Y from position chunk ID, and then we need to go translation from translation, and then we call pos dot to translation. Now, this I feel like is going to ruin everything because it's no longer possible for the fucking block and the thing to be lined up. Okay, first up, you're like a half block out, which is even more bizarre. That's unexpected. So, you know what? That's where you belong. Okay, that's very confusing. That's going to be difficult to deal with. Anyway, at the moment, visually they line up to where they are supposed to be. Right. So visually you are sampling the right block. Maybe if I just turn gravity back on you, we're right. Probably not though. Okay, so the red block is the block inside of the chunk that we're actually sampling. So where's it? Player controller. So the red, which was T, is next. Okay. So the red block is the block we are targeting, whereas the B, the blue, no, the red is the block that we said we are. So block from translation next. So the red one is the block from translation, which is very much incorrect. Okay, chunk ID from block ID. So we're getting the right chunk. What is the blue one? Okay, blue is just the block. Okay, so where the fuck is the red one? Is the red one just in the same place as the blue one? Do I scale the red one down so I can see it even though it is the blue one? No, where the fuck, where is the red one? That or I've got them backwards. No, B is the red one. T is the blue one. And T is what? T is just next. Okay, so I can't actually see you, which is kind of hilarious. My suspicion is that you are at 0, 0, or whatever. The answer is you are apparently nowhere. So you could just be inside. So I'll try. So the red one is B. Got width, scale, vec3, splat 0.9. So it'll render slightly smaller, which is probably the worst way to do it because it means if it's inside a block, it can render inside the block, like unseeably inside the block. I should make it slightly bigger. Okay, so they are actually the same cube. Now, do they move at the same time? Yes, they move at the same time. Right. So, how did I get U? B. B is just B. Block. Okay, so when I call gravity, U should just take in a fucking block. Don't do anything to it. Okay, we'll do something to it. How are we converting it back? I need to get it to be within the chunk. Okay, so we need to say so it needs to be chunk is block dot into chunk ID. Right. Then we were doing something fucking weird with it. Well, no, that's the point. It shouldn't be at the same location. The red one which is this one, should be inside. So I think it's just if I take chunk ID. So if I said make you mutable, and then you are just equal, so you block maybe we should just add a function to you saying like in chunk. I don't think I can just modulo you, that's the problem. We need to like take the block ID. Okay, so your block ID, we need to go like, do you have a function like as local? Right. Which should take in self and should return a block ID. Like so. And then you need to be like let x equal self dot x. You need to pick it up. Ref. The ref. Okay. So self dot x modulo chunk size. Right. So I'm pretty sure if we modulo your chunk size on x, y, and z, y, and z, now, if it's a negative number, we just need to add. So -1 should modulo around like 15. So I think we say like do we go branchless? So we say block ID vec3. Just for the sake of being branchless for fun, we're going to go x plus x 16 times x less than 1 less than 0 as you I32. All right. So we're just gonna copy this. Except your y and y and your z and z. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're moduloing it to work out whereabouts in the chunk it is like divisible by 16. And then if the value is negative, we're adding 16 to it because technically I think modulo doesn't care about sign. So like the modulo of -1 is, or like modulo 16 of -1 is still -1. It doesn't become 1 because it's 1 the other side. So I also wouldn't want it to anyway because they don't expand anything. So the idea is if it's -1, we want to add 16 so that it becomes 15, which is the first block inside of the next, the previous chunk. And so just for the sake of being branchless, because I'm pretty sure this ends up being slower because the compiler can't optimize this away because it doesn't know it exists. Like if I just did if statements, it might find it and optimize it. But I'm saying x plus 16 times x is less than -1, which means if x is greater than 0, if x is 0 or greater, it won't add the 16. Div Euclid or rem Euclid? I have no idea. Those are functions. Self dot div Euclid returns element y okay. Rem. I think you've just told me that it's just literally a function that does what I was trying to implement. I do love that. So self dot. I should leave this here. Yeah. No, fuck it. If this doesn't work, self dot rem Euclid ivec3 splat chunk size. Okay. Okay. How does this work? That's not what I was expecting. Okay, calculates the least non-negative remainder of self mod. This is done as if by the Euclid division algorithm, given that R equals self from her, the result satisfies self equals self times plus R and R less than 0, the absolute. I don't know if that's correct. That doesn't, that explanation, like I'm sure is probably the right thing, but it just feels weird. This function will panic if it's 0, if self or if self is self min and R is -1, the behavior is not affected by the overflow check flag. Because what it's saying is that right hand time times self plus R and 0 less than or equals R is less than absolute. I'm going to assume that this is the correct thing. It just feels very odd. So we want block. We want U to be so B, because B ends up being red, and we want B to be block dot local as local dot to get 3. Right, and then if we run this, it should mean that the chunk down there. Apparently there's 4 errors. So let's track those down. Probably where I've partially implemented something. Get block. Okay, so we want to say chunk is equal to that, and then we want to say let block equal block dot as local. Get block and then block to XYZ. Okay, we'll run that and go, okay, still 3 errors being emitted. So something as local. Why is this not working? Because you need to be block ID. So okay, next error is something about expecting a chunk ID but found ivec3. If I just double chunk ID, okay, yeah, cool. We'll just double, this undouble chunk ID you. All right, let's try that. 1 error remains. It's not you, because I've probably gone too far up. Nope, that's definitely too far up. Okay, up. 1 dot U. So gravity, fucking block as ivec 3. No, we want to say block ID from translation next. Pretty sure the block just rounds, which is somewhat ironic. Okay, so in theory, if I hit F12, if I fly down to this chunk, hey look, You're inside me as long as I'm within the chunk. As soon as I go one block out, you're on the other side. Same here. One block out, you're over there. One block up, you're over there. Okay, cool. Because it's like as long as I'm in the zero chunk, the local and the absolute are the same. So that should mean that gravity will work properly now. In the very not so realistic point that first off, are you actually checking? So what am I passing in to T? Probably just you from translation. I think that's correct. I am fucking with floor by rounding it like that. Anyway, you should stop. I can't move. Okay. I can definitely walk through blocks. Now, what's curious is you shouldn't have fallen there. Oh, it's probably just reloading a chunk that's not rendered, and I actually could fall. So then if we go back to our, is it terrain? We're down here. We're just going to get rid of this cursed bit of code that like stops every other chunk from rendering. And then we should have gravity, and then we can just walk around normally, like doot, 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 doot. So I can walk through blocks, and I can jump up onto blocks. Because I'm not checking the other types of collision. But in theory, like if I hop up onto this block. Okay, did you fall through that block? No. Okay. I don't think I should have fallen there. Maybe, I don't know. Interesting. Okay. But I feel like I'm clipping through this block. But I think Minecraft would do that as well. Because if you're not holding shift and you walk like right to the edge of a block, like if you look, it's like right when the middle of me passes the middle of that block. It just feels like I'm clipping into the block. But like it is the perfect center of me passing the line. Like as you can see the side of the block. Like it's not possible for me to see the edge of the block like that. Now, in theory, I think that would allow me to clip into blocks a little bit, but it should be fine. I still don't know what's causing this fucking vector given direction unchecked, but you know. All right. So the next, I guess, is to do player movement. So again, we kind of ripping out the player control. So render gravity. So player move. Right. So this expects some kind of weirdness, right? How are we moving the player? We're accelerating the player, I think. So this calculates the delta. So calculate all of this. So let velocity, yep, calculate all this. Why? Oh god, why are you doing that every key press? That feels like it's not supposed to be working. That feels like that was very bad code to be doing. All right. Anyway, so next, this is forward. Next equals this. We need access to the map. We're gonna keep access to the impulse because fuck it. So how does this work? We say block from transform next. We check is solid. So we go next, and then we go like this, and we need mutable access to the player's transform. And we go mutable transform. Okay. And then so we do mutable transform, and then set impulse. So it's not set impulse. It's mute transform. And then we say player.translation. So it's not player. It's called apparently transform. transform.translation.next equals next, right? But if we're actually doing that correctly, so we're taking your local z. Okay, so no, next is translation.transform plus velocity times time times speed, and then if next is not solid, set the transform to next. There's a fucking bug. All right, this should. Oh no, apparently it's an error. Boop, boop, boop. Track down the error. New impulse. Yeah. Ignore setting the impulse. That's not something we do anymore. So this should be a like infinitely faster physics engine, because when you axis align bounding boxes, you don't need fancy physics. Look at that. It's a little bit weird that I can. It also means like in theory I should be able to like walk upwards. No, I am apparently correcting for that. So the issue is partly that I need to do like glancing collisions, which is calculate if the next block in front of me at a certain angle is within like collision, because in theory one you can clip slightly through corners if you're moving fast enough to cut the corner. That makes sense. Like in theory I can clip through corners because if I'm moving just quick enough. Yeah, kind of want glancing blows. I don't know how you calculate glancing blows. You kind of like calculate tangent angle and work out if the angle is below a certain amount. Just move the player over into that cell. Because I feel like you're gonna get stuck a lot like this. Cause like Minecraft, if you can't move forward, I guess I could always check. Like forward or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think how to do it without like being needlessly complicated. Because I'm pretty sure that's why this is feeling like real dog shit. Is that as soon as you touch a block, like if you're going, it's getting clipped. As I feel like you shouldn't be able to get this close to a block, but I feel like Minecraft would let you do that. Like I don't know why. Like Minecraft definitely has like bounding boxes around the player, but for some reason I feel like you can walk into a block like this close. It's just that you're getting kind of stuck. Like I can't even go like almost perfectly parallel because I could end up inside the block a little bit. Okay. So how do I calculate that? So basically we need to work out if the block in front. How do we do it? So I kind of need the forward vector. We kind of need like that. It's not like the forward vector. We need to somehow work out what block you're colliding with, and then like the tangent angle. So that like if you're colliding with this block, you'll slowly slide sideways. So how the hell do I get a tangent? Because like that's next, and next is okay. So if it's not solid, move to forward. Else, we need to say like tangent. So can I go like transform dot tan transform point. Okay, no. Translate this translation around the point in space. No. Dot. Is it dot? Bypass change detection down. Oh, okay. One of these, I'm sure. Mute transform. No. Reborrow with rotation. Align. It's interesting. Rotate this transform so that the main axis vector the given main direction with pointing towards the secondary direction. Okay, interesting. So we need to somehow. This is again where we need a little rendering, I reckon. So let's take all of the gravity render, and we'll paste all this in here. Don't know if we need to paste all of this stuff, but you know, we no longer need to render gravity. So let's just render. That's gravity. I pasted it in. That's the wrong spot. We want to paste it into the rendering of gravity. God damn, I see it. I hate that I do that. It's Control C instead of Control V everything. I'm gonna paste this here. We're gonna go. I want you to okay. If it's not, so we're gonna say gizmo.line, and the line's gonna start at where it's transform. Why is it? If I just like not copied this correctly? Player move. I don't think I copied the whole thing. Okay, there we go. Now I think I've got the whole thing. So we say player move and we say gizmo.line. So from start, which is transform.translation, end is next, and color is red. Color sRGB 1 0 0. Okay, so except I don't think next should be next. I think next should be like transform.velocity. Except let's remove times equal by delta time, so that we end up like with a long line. I also still don't know what's fucking outputting all that warnings. I wish I knew, because fucking I could make it stop. So when you press forward, it's drawing a line to where you're gonna go. So the next thing, right? Because it's drawing a line. All right. Weirdly, because it doesn't draw the line if it's hitting something solid. Okay. First off, I need that to render before the movement, because I think that's why the line's disappearing sometimes. So we need to say render gravity goes dot player look. So I'm gonna paste it like spawn player laser set player look player move. We want to render laser, comma dot chain, like so. That should mean that the rendering gravity, which doesn't actually move the transform, I hope. Okay. So it doesn't feel as clunky now. Though I feel like I'm still setting the fucking plays. Where? Render gravity? No, okay, I don't ever play. Okay. So else we need to calculate like a tangent reflection angle. So when I press forward, I want to get the block that I'm hitting. And I want to somehow work out the normal of that block. Okay. Otherwise, render to there times delta time. Right. So that should render the line to the actual block itself. Let's say let n equal. Okay. So next we need to somehow take that forward vector. Right. Which the issue is what one do you reflect it off of? So that's forward and that's to the right. So just again, I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to do yet. So we want this to targeting end. So I don't know how to do the reflection. So this is if next hits something solid. Can I just invert? So velocity, how do we calculate the velocity? Move forward. So where's forward coming to this? Where the hell do I use forward? Okay, so we add forward. So can I just say negative velocity? Okay, so like let start equal translation dot transform dot translation minus velocity times by settings dot speed. This is going to be pointing in the wrong direction. It's times time dot delta seconds, and then we go gizmo dot line start end color sRGB 0 1 0. So this is going to render a green line when we hit something. See, because I only want to invert the when you hit something. Right. So yeah, so the green line's not hitting in the right direction. So we need to work out what direction you're actually moving. And therefore what block you're hitting. So we calculate next, but we need to calculate current. All right, so let hit equals block ID from translation next. Right, so that's the block you actually hit, and then let current equal block ID from translation transform dot translation. Okay, now we need to say like if hello Kratos? Kratosy? I don't know. I'm terrible with fucking anything spelling related. Sorry if I got your name terribly wrong. If hit dot x minus current dot x, right? So if the hit minus the current is greater than 1, hit minus current is greater than 1, do something else. If hit minus current dot y no, dot x is less than -1, do something else. And we can copy both of those and do them for y. No, it's z, because we don't care about the y. Z. Okay. So we have those two. So I think what we want to do is say velocity. These statistical. I think you meant substantial. The biggest change, and it's really obvious when I compile my code and like I'm looking for errors because I spend fucking ages, is that actually it doesn't spit them out when it doesn't crash. They removed bundles and changed them for a do I have anything that has it required? Require. I don't think so. Apparently not. Apparently I haven't implemented anything in here yet. So they replace bundles with the required derive or like the like flag, I guess. I don't know. So like when you make a component, if I can find one. Block ID. You can go like require. You go require and then you say transform. And then when they add block ID, they can specify a transform, but if they don't provide a transform, a default transform is added. And the main reason this is annoying me at the moment more than anything is when I have an error in my code, it outputs the verbose error message, and that contains all of the this is using deprecated things because I'm still using bundles in this code because I haven't quite ported everything. I've been working on other stuff that I probably should have like not been doing while I'm supposed to be porting stuff, but too late now. Too late now. Anyway, so velocity dot x times equals -1. I don't know, because I suspect I'll be doing that either way. And then this would be z. Yeah, the hard thing about knowing what's big is I haven't actually read through the changelogs for one thing, but like I didn't really run into anything that stopped me from porting because they made a big change outside of like a few things getting renamed that didn't make sense. Like they renamed delta seconds to delta secs, and it's like, well, like did it need to be changed? Probably not, but also it's just one of those find and replace kinds of issues. Can't multiply integer. Is velocity not mutable? No, but mutable. Why can I not? Oh, because you're supposed to be a float. Okay. Okay. So I don't think that's correct, but you're definitely pointing in like the wrong ass direction. But that's partly because you're supposed to be going. So end is transform velocity. So you should start at end and then yeah, I don't mind it. It's just annoying that the biggest thing I've noticed. Okay, but fair enough to make it more consistent. I figured that's what they were doing because they've done it before with they had a whole bunch of things like their inputs, like they used to be like button inputs and axis inputs and touch inputs, and they all had slightly different like syntax to them, like to the level of like it was really annoying because you go, I want this function, and it's like sometimes your IntelliSense would you'd stop typing like halfway through the word and the IntelliSense would find it, but if you typed the whole word, the IntelliSense didn't find it because they used the short name or they'd used the long name, which just sort of broke things, and it was annoying that they were so close to being the same but not the same. And then I pointed out in like a I think I talked about it in a video, and then I put a when I did the video, I put out a Git issue, and then it was like fixed like 3 updates later, I think, because like it was also annoying one of the other people that was actually bothering to update the source code. So they went and did like a whole overhaul, and I think they changed it when they changed it from being input to button input, and when they did that change, they like changed all of them to be like they all work the same way, they all have the same function names, instead of it being like, oh yeah, touch inputs, because someone else implemented that, it has a completely different set of names despite them all being equivalent functions. All right, so multiplying by negative did not work. So what we should probably do, maybe the issue is I don't know if this is even calculating the code correctly. Is we need to let trans equals translation transform from translation end, right? And then we're going to be like trans dot rotate. Okay, no, it's here. I don't know. This is not going to work. I don't know how to get the block's face that I'm hitting. So that's probably what I should do, is try and work out what block that I'm hitting and then take its normal. So if the... Okay, so from hit, and then current, and we say this, and we say that, and we say let start equals end. Okay. And then we say start, and then it's minus 1 plus 1 minus 1 plus 1. Okay. Let's just start with that. So go from end to start, and go. Is this going to calculate an interesting position? What are you going to look like when I run into a block? Where is the green arrow? Again, it's just pointing back along the same vector, which doesn't really make sense, because surely the end... Right, because you're just backwards, right? So if hit minus current, can I print something here? Hit, which it should be printing true. Like, apparently it's not. That's interesting. Why is it never printing true? So hit, which is next. Can I let diff equals hit minus current print line diff? One issue is this could be running at the wrong time and it's missing it, but pretty sure I've got render gravity running first. So, no, apparently private. It doesn't like something. Okay. first off, for some reason, current expected chunk ID. What do you mean expected chunk ID? Okay. Dot as ivec as vec3 dot as vec3. I want to know what the difference between these two is. Okay, now I've got even more errors, so that's bizarre. Right, no, because we want you to be dot as ivec vec3. It's not going to work. Yeah, my suspicion is there's no as ivec3 command on ivec3s. Yeah. Okay. As vec3. As vec3, and we'll just make these floats. I want to know what the difference is. The difference is 1 in the x. Okay. So you're working in that you're printing something. Apparently this is never true though. Oh, because it's okay. Right, greater than 0. Less than 0. Greater than 0. Less than 0. Okay, put it back to being dots, but anyway. Let's see how this turns out. It should now print true whenever I'm going in a certain direction. I was considering it because I literally was looking through my channel, and like the first 2 videos on my channel that are now unlisted was me doing Advent of Code, I'm pretty sure. And then I did the Advent of Bevy thing where I just didn't have the time to, like, so doing it on stream would definitely be a good idea. Like, except trying to cram a whole week of Advent of Code into a single stream. But it definitely seems like a cool idea of doing it on stream, because I don't think it makes very good videos, mostly because like if you did a full write-up at the end and like if I did a video on like how I solved a specific thing, it would make an interesting video, but it didn't really work out with the way I was trying to do videos last time on it. But I plan on doing the Advent of Code as a personal thing. Whether I make videos of it is a different story, or live stream or something like that. Okay, so first off, you're just like never printing true, which is bizarre. What have I said? Greater than 0, so that's not that one. It's got to be that way. Okay, you are printing true. So this is coming true. I think I'm overriding start. Yeah, that would explain why that's not fucking working. Oh, sometimes I question my fucking ability to do shit. Okay. So okay. So you're going the wrong way. That's X, I'm pretty sure. So you're going the right way. Where like by adding that value, you're going the wrong way. So you okay. So you're going the wrong way. So that's the something. If it would stop fucking spewing out fucking dirt unchecked. I don't know what that is, because it's spewing out this constant gibberish. Don't know what's spewing out the gibberish. Okay, so that's positive. And you working? No. So negative isn't working. And I think it's because I'm adding a negative. It's probably that one. The same as I'm subtracting a negative. Okay. Now I've either completely broken it or I fixed it. I was adding a negative number, which is then of course just being a negative number. Okay, you're working. Yeah, you're kind of working, but yeah, you're working. Okay, so that is the normal. It's a little bit weird that so that the start becomes the normal of the block, as in back towards you. So then I need to somehow work out the tangent. How to calculate tan line. I think it's the tangent line. I want like the glancing line, like the angle of reflection. So tangent line of curve, no. So fancy math terms. So well, the thing is that I know that end somehow. I know that end is where it hits. And then I know that this line here is back towards, like away from the block, directly away from the block. Well, actually, is it directly away from the block? We would probably want to say how to calculate intersection angle. How the fuck do I calculate the intersection and calculate the angle? Tan of M. But how the fuck do I? All angles are formed by two lines like this. I don't want to like do a fucking course. This is yeah, I'm trying to do that, but like first off, I'm not really sure what number I have. What I need to do is work out like with 2 points. I've got to do the trig, don't I? Oh god. I do know trig, but fuck do I want to do trig? Not really. See, because it's going to form a right angle triangle. So first up, okay, so I'm just going to use this to see the triangle now. So what I know is that if I set, so we're going from the end and then we're adding, so on this one we're minusing 1, right? Which actually means that we want starts, we kind of just want the x to equal end dot x, right? So if I do that, then I should end up with a triangle. And then we'll calculate our trig from there. Like I know trig, but I'm not very good. Okay, so I'm fairly sure that means that first off, no. Right, no, it's this start is equal to the end, but it's next. Right, I think next is the first one we pass in. Okay. So we want it. Do you want start to be transform dot translation dot x? Okay. So if I do that, and then on either of those, right, on both of those, like don't plus it, no, just equal it. I think I was too late. I don't think that's going to work, but anyway. If I head this way. Okay, now we have a triangle. Okay. It's not the best right angle triangle, but I have the hypotenuse because that's the red line, and then I have the something. So I'm assuming you are equal to translation. I translation dot y. No, not y, z. Equals transform dot translation dot z. Okay. So in reality, this should be if diff dot z dot is just not equal 0. Okay. If diff dot x does not equal 0. Alright, so dot x equals transform dot translation dot x. Okay, so with that we can work out the angle of incident because we have the hypotenuse and we have the hypotenuse and we have the I guess adjacent. Yeah. So those sine is opposite, so okay, so we have the sine, we have the adjacent, so we need cos. We have the hypotenuse, and so the cos is equal to the hypotenuse over adjacent, right? Equals cos. I think. I don't know. Fucking up adjacent. Yeah, I think that's right. So opposite. No, see, because it needs to be smaller, so it's gonna be adjacent over hypotenuse. Right. So our let angle equals, so we can work out cos is equal to our adjacent over hypotenuse. How to calculate angle using cosine. Okay, so cosine, cos of x equals b squared plus c squared minus a squared divided by 2ba. Take the inverse cos both sides of the equation. Right. Take the inverse cosine of both sides of the equation. What the fuck? Okay, so yeah, but I don't know fucking the angle. Inside, okay. So yeah, but how do I? So okay, so definitely the cosine you want, but how do I get the inverse cosine? Where, so I can work out what that third side's length is. Well, I know all three side lengths, really. How do I work out that angle, though? How do I get the inverse tan? So c squared. I don't care what. No, I want to know the other one. Yeah. I want to work out c. Yeah. Start with. Put a and b and c. Okay. Okay. Calculate. Right. Subtract 25 from both sides. Yeah. Okay. Subtract 81 from both sides. Okay. Swap sides. Okay. So 91 times cos. Okay. So where the fuck did you get that? Divide both sides by 90. Okay. Okay. Inverse cosine. So is that just a function? So he's gonna comment this out soon. So if it's like 0.1 dot cos h hyperbolic cosine function. No, cos c cardinal cos h. What the cosine? How do you get like what's the inverse cosine? Sine cos. Okay. Sim d cos. But what is like the fucking inverse cosine? What is it just says cosine of the power -1. But I don't think that's actually how you calculate the inverse cosine. What the fuck is it? So x equals 1, f equals the cosine of 1, solving coh at 1 gives you the result. G equals fucking absolute difference. So e times e plus 1 divided by 2 to e. That doesn't seem right. E squared plus 1 divided by h. Copy sign. H. What the fuck is cos h? Nope, these are hyperbolic functions. That's guess that's what cos h stands for. Cos c. Fucking what is cos c? Is cos c what I want? I don't think so. Trig. What did it call it? It called it the cos. This is cos h. What is it? Cardinal c. What is cardinal cos? The function has also been. Sorry. Okay. Nope. Russ. Inverse cos. Is that what the fuck? A cos? A cos computes the value in the range of 0 or nan if the value is outside the range of unspecified. So is this what I want? A cos? I don't know. God damn it. A sign. I don't know what it's fucking called. It's always been inverse sine. Inverse. There's 4 inverse. Hilariously, it doesn't have that as a function that's available, so I don't know how it. Okay, so A. Okay, so it looks like that is what I want. So then we go back and we go like, hello. So we're gonna go like calculate angle from sine from sides. Using odds. Okay, so I just need a picture. So it's the angle is equal. Okay. So let A equal A. So A is it's like the difference between A is this line. So it's transform.translation minus end dot length. Okay. Let B equal. Okay. So B was the one we just did, which is the one back. So that's from end minus start. This is not the best way of fucking calculating it. Length. Okay, and then so let C equal, and then so C is just back again. So that's from I think it's start to minus translation. What's the translation? Dot length. Okay, then that's 3 lengths. And so then you reckon somehow, you haven't told me what fucking sides are what though, but I can work it out because you fucking, okay, so that one's B. Okay, and then C is 60. So I think this one's technically C. From the, I'm just looking at it like a literal picture and trying to work the fucking thing out. I'm putting a picture on stream. This is what I'm looking at. I'm going like, I'm just going to reverse engineer that formula. So, so C was 60, which C is that one. No, from where we're standing, we want to work out theta, which is B and C added together, which is the two long sides. So this is in fact whatever 40 is, A. So you are A, because we just add them together, and I don't think, because it's B and C at times together there, which means it shouldn't. Transitive properties, add that's transitive. Okay, so we need to say top equals B times B plus C times C minus A times A. Okay. So transitive properties say it doesn't matter what order I do those in. So I don't. What the fuck? Okay, so then let bottom equal 2 times B times C. Again, transitive property means that it doesn't matter what I do there. Then, okay, 2 dot. Okay, and then we say we need the top divided by bottom dot a cos, and then we're going to let angle equal. Okay. This seems like the worst possible way to calculate the angle. When we say print line angle. Well, maybe also include the angle, because that would be very funny if I told it to print out the angle and then it just says angle and actually tell me what the angle was. Okay. This is probably going to be the most boring stuff that I've done, mostly because it's not even interesting that I know what I'm doing. Mindlessly bashing my head against the wall. So just not equal. Okay, you need your dot back, and then diff.x. I don't know. I don't know why it said I had 2 errors. I fixed one thing and the 2 errors are gone. Anyway, this is going to be printing out a lot of shit. But the hope is if I move this up here, that when I crash in here, the angle, an angle of 1. I think that's radians as well. Okay. And what's really stupid about that is I'm pretty sure I can just say fucking I just need to offset start fucking plus equals transform dot end dot translation. No. What? Let's let new. Let finish. Let fin equals start, I guess. And then we go I guess we just go down here with it. Start is equal to fin is equal to start minus plus transform dot translation minus start. Add the difference. Something just like this is something about like that math that makes me think that this is really simply like, so it's not doing anything there. So is it like a dot length maybe? No, it's not the dot length. It's kind of like I need fin to be equal to start. Something tells me that it can be done this way. Like I just need to work out like the difference between the start and the finish, and then double that. So in plus equals start dot translation start minus translation transform transform dot translation. Okay, so doing that, does that do anything? It should move where the fucking thing is. Oh wait, we should probably render pin. That would probably also help. Yeah, that's another one of those. Like, god damn it, can't exit out of the fucking thing because it's not open. There we go. Right, but we probably shouldn't. Start is just equal to end. So can you just be equal to start by plus equals? No, just to say let caps lock. Let fin equals start plus remember start minus end. This is getting a bit out of hand. Might have to call it a night. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I told you it was something fucking stupid like that. That's just really, really annoying. Okay, so fucking we do this, we do that. So that calculates like the reflection point. Now somehow I need to like shorten that. But to be honest, that may just work. So I don't so calculate the difference. We calculate this, so we say I guess technically it's all of that. And then we go back up to player move and we say else do all of this. And then we if fin is solid fin. So that should equal like a weird like glancing calculation. God damn it, there's an error somewhere. Because it's calling gizmo line on something that doesn't exist yet. Okay. Okay, still one error left. Probably me debugging error. Me debugging an angle that I then deleted. Okay. Cool. Let's see if this works, and then I'm going to call it a night because this has been way too long of a stream. Alright. So it doesn't quite work how I want it to, but like it actually feels infinitely better because you can like brush up against blocks without it stopping you. The bigger issue is that you can, because it's calculating the exact reflection, it means that like I'm stuck in this block until I get a steep enough angle that the reflection comes out of the block. It's because I'm hitting that block. Right, so it doesn't let you zip through diagonal. Where the hell is that line going then? Okay. So if I was to do that, should in theory be able to render 2 lines. Okay, but what happens if I run into a corner like that? Come on. So like the issue is that like yeah, it's stuck like that. Where is the rendering those 2 lines? It should be glancing over there, so we wanted to just take this bit of code and move this up here and say paste it like that, and instead it's if block diff. This could end up being really glitchy because in theory there's 2 places that you could move, so you probably want to continue after you pick one, but it should mean that you sort of jump through those blocks instead of getting stuck on them. Nope, still getting stuck on them. Oh, there's a block in front of me. That's why that one's not working. Okay. That took way longer than it needed to. I am dead tired now. So I am going to call that a stream. It is working. I will put the code on GitHub for anyone who wants it. And I guess call that good. We'll call it working 0.15. I need to do a whole bunch of other stuff, but let's push start. Right, because I need to remove all of the stuff that's using like bundles and that, because it's just cluttering the error messages when there are one, and all that kind of stuff. But that's for either like I'll do it off camera or another stream. So thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it, and it's been great chatting to the people that chatted and working on this code. Whoever pointed out the fucking Wheeler stuff, Hakusa, Hakusu. Thank you. That's fucking amazing. That was exactly what I needed. And yeah, I guess I'll see you all next time. And stopping stream. Yeah.